If you're listening with your morning coffee, grab a blanket, you'll need it. Because here's the truth. Victorian London is cold in a way HVAC has taught us to forget. Not sweater weather, cold. Bone cold, brain fog, cold. The sort that sets up a little campsite in your joints and taxes. Every thought you try to think. You wake in the dark at 5 a.m. 1862, to a thin pewter ribbon of daylight, fighting through curtains that never learned the word lining. Your breath ghosts. Your bed is a stingy rectangle, straw, sheet, nothing that deserves the word duvet. Your landlady, Mrs. Wilson, has a voice like a door hinge that needs oil and mercy, and it slices clean through the plank of your sleep. Miss Harrington, up. Fire by 5:10. Guests at 8. You're 25, which in this era is apparently the same as oh dear, expired. The label sticks before you can set your hair, spinster. It's not a status. It's a scarlet letter stitched in thread only society can see. Not a Mary Poppins spinster with clever eyebrows and secret agency. A surplus woman, one of millions. The math is savage, 500,000 more women than men. Like musical chairs played on a frozen floor, and somebody stole 500,000 chairs. You slide your feet to the boards. They bite like ice-bitten dogs. Your dress grey, hard-working, scrubbed until the fabric remembers every washboard. Ripple goes on by muscle memory. You twist your hair into a bun so sensible it could file its own taxes. There is no mirror flattery here. The mirror's corner is cracked. It shows you split in two, past hope on one side, so they say. Present competence on the other, which they rarely bother to notice. Down the servants' stairs. The boards creak in a language that translates to hurry. This is not a pretty boarding house with lace curtains and a kindly landlady who collects odd ducks and turns them into swans by the end of Act 2. This is survival with bills due. Coal is money. Water is work. Warmth is a luxury you buy with your back. You open the stove's little iron mouth, banked coals winking like tired eyes. You feed them. Your hands are already raw. Red maps where the hot and the cold have drawn battle lines. You think of breakfast, which in your world is a diplomatic negotiation with scarcity. A slice of bread that remembers butter the way old men remember wars, vividly. But from a distance. Dining room next. Parlour after. Tea for the Petons at 7 sharp. Mrs. Wilson appears in the doorway the way a judgment appears in a church sermon, without being asked. Yes, Mrs. Wilson, eyes down. The currency here is competence without complaint. Here is the part the movies get wrong. Women worked, a lot. They worked before today, before necessity shoved them into the public eye. They kept accounts invisibly, ran side labours that never reached ledgers, stitched the literal seam of family economies. You are not an anomaly. You're a statistic with a heartbeat. The broom's wooden handle presses a groove into your palm. The dining room is a battlefield of crumbs to be routed, chairs to be squared, the carpet to be coaxed back into respectability. Your knees remember yesterday's scrubbing as you kneel again. Pain is not dramatic here. Pain is background music that never turns off. You think in prices the way some people think in poetry. Coal by the scuttle, soap by the quarter bar, eggs by the dozen. Except Mrs. Henderson likes 2 at 7 minutes, and the landlady counts shells like a banker counts coins. The house wakes slowly, yawning manners. You become invisible by design. That's the art of being useful in a world that wants the results of your labor to appear as if by magic. You carry, you polish, you set, you fetch, teapots honeyed with heat, cups that chime politely against saucers, bread butter thinner. When you finally wrap your hands around your own cup, the tea is the color of second thoughts. It's hot, and therefore it's heaven. Cold one, Annie chirps, slipping into the warmth like a candle. 16. Optimistic in a way that belongs to those who still believe the world will remember their birthdays. Cold, you confirm, and the single shared smile is as luxurious as dessert. You talk in quick stitches, Mrs. Thompson's rheumatism. The two elderly sisters who share a room and a single precise laugh. The young man in residence with law books that look as heavy as his thoughts. Then the house claims you again. By 10, your stomach argues. By noon, it sulks. Mrs. Wilson's ledger swallows your hours. Your mind drifts only when your motions can. Little daydreams. Not of husbands who don't exist because the arithmetic ate them. Of skill. Of owning something no one can take with a single knock on the door. If love ever visits, let it find you standing on your own. You have a secret. It is the size of 3 shillings, the color of worn cloth, tucked beneath a loose floorboard that you covered yourself with a rug and a prayer. You run your mind over that small hoard like a tongue over a tooth. 3, 7, to go before a month's rent in a room. That is yours in a building that is not. Independence is not a romance. It is a budget. The afternoon is a blur, sweeping the parlor, laying out the prettiest theft of the poor time, the mantel clock so the landlady can feel like a duchess for 5 minutes. You light a fire, careful. Kindling is coin, coal is capital, ash is the bill. You stay out of the way when the married women arrive in pairs. One wearing pity like a brooch, not unattractive, so plain. No wonder she never caught a husband, the other wearing superiority like a hat tipped a fraction too low. You could laugh, but you have better uses for your oxygen. Later, alone in the tiny back garden among laundry that crackles into boards in the wind, you pull out your only luxury, a cheap chapbook of poems. You open it to the line that has been working at your ribs for a week, and you read until the word beauty feels less like a rumor. Miss Harrington. The garden door opens on the hinge that doubles as a rebuke. We dine at 6. Fires again at 5. No dilly-dally. No dilly-dally, you echo, tucking the book away so fast you think you might have cut the poor poem in half. Evening brings a hush that would be peaceful if peace weren't so expensive. You chop vegetables into smaller hopes and call it a stew. You serve it with bread that squeaks under the knife. You pour tea until your wrist becomes a compass needle trained on the word enough. And then, finally, the boarding house stops pretending it's a business and becomes what it is, a building that makes sleep into debt and collects it each morning with interest. You climb the stairs, each creak a reminder that with ages like anything else we ask too much of. Your room is both mean and yours for now. 3 dresses. Tonight, 1 shawl that has learned the shape of your shoulders. You set the chair beneath the doorknob because locks are jokes told by rich people. You lift the loose floorboard and press your thumb to the tiny bag of coins as if it were a pulse. Still there, you sit on the bed, and only then do you take the scrap from your pocket. Newsprint smudged where your hopeful fingers couldn't help themselves. Apprentices wanted millinery. Experience not required. Inquire within. You don't breathe for a full sentence. Millinery is not just hats. It's leverage, respectability without children, artistry without scandal. 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. Eyes like pinpricks by candlelight, fingertips mapped by needles. 2 shillings a week to start, maybe 4 if you're the kind of good that leaves a mark. You try the sentence out, I make hats. You think of women whose faces brighten when a brim sits just right. When a ribbon says the word, their mouth won't. Fashion here isn't frivolous. It's armor. It's currency. A well-made hat is a credential you wear on your skull. The ad shakes in your hand. What about the rent? What about the fire? What about Mrs. Wilson's ledger, which lists you somewhere between coal bin and lamp oil? What about the word spinster that people pronounce as if it were an infection? You lay back on the bed. The mattress answers with a small complaint. It's so quiet you can hear the city. Distant carriage wheels. A whistle that might be a factory or a man pretending he's still young. This whole place is held together with soot and nerve. The little book of poems sits on your chest. You breathe through it. You tell your heart to behave. It refuses. Good. You need a heart with some fight left. Here is the plan you do not speak aloud. Tomorrow. On your one arranged errand past noon, you will happen to walk a little farther. You will happen to stand across from a window where 3 elegant hats rest like heads that know secrets. You will push the door open and try to sound like someone who belongs in parallel with those hats. And if the woman behind the counter looks you over and says, experience, you will tell the truth. Stitching, yes, plenty. Millinery, no. But I can learn. And I will be on time. And if she says you're old to begin at 25, you will say nothing and learn everything. You set the ad. Beneath the floorboard with the coins, because a dream is best stored. With the things you intend to spend, you blow out the candle. The room becomes the color of closed eyes. You think of your mother, a careful woman whose hands made most of what kept your family decent. You think of your father's cough that took him in 3 days, and your brother's letter from Manchester with ink smudges, where his future wears grease. You think of girls who fell into the industrial river of workhouse and came out the other side as ghosts. You think, last, of a ribbon the exact blue of forgiveness, and you fall asleep designing the hat that would carry that ribbon and what it might do for a face like yours. Asterisk. Tomorrow the math won't change. There will still be 500,000 missing chairs, but you will offer your name at a counter and see if skill can make the room sprout another seat. Cut to black. Leave the candle smoke curling. The door of the millinery is there, but will it open for you? Asterisk, hook first, because the algorithm and your heart both love friction. The door you need to walk through doesn't have a bell. It opens if they want it to open. The only way to make sure it does. Knock like you already belong, and then, when it swings a grudging inch, wedge your courage in the gap and refuse to pull it back out. You time it like an orchestra entrance. Mrs. Wilson is at market. The Petons have departed after quarrelling gently about a hotel in Brighton and a cousin who said something scandalous about asparagus. The elderly sisters are knitting the exact same pattern and pretending not to resent each other's tension. You smooth your dress with a palm that still looks like someone else's hand thinner than you remember from winter. Reddened into permanent apology, and you step out into a London that smells like coal. Learning to be cloud, the walk is 20, uncomfortable. Minutes plus 10 of pretending you had always planned to turn left at this street and right at that one. You pass a bakery that exhales heaven and you swallow in self-defense. You pass a gentleman with a newspaper that thinks it's better than everyone. Pigeons discuss you and decide you're an unremarkable crumb source. Good. Be a crumb until you're a crust. Be a crust until you're the loaf. The shop sits on a corner like someone placed it there with tweezers. The window holds 3 hats on wooden headforms that make them look as if thinking were possible. One is velvet, a green that would flatter a woman whose eyes are haunted by spring. One is straw, humble only until it sits on the right skull and becomes an argument for softness. One is something else entirely, brim daring the angle, ribbon that refuses to be second to anything. A small, reckless tuft of feather that suggests the wearer reads. You love it against your better judgment. You glance at your reflection. Your hair is obedient. Your face is an essay in sleep deprivation. Your dress is the color of trying again. Good enough is the uniform of hope. You go in. A bell would have saved you from this silence. Without a bell, your footsteps are your announcement. They echo. The air smells of steam and dye. And there is hunger in that smell-in. The fabrics need to become something. 3 women are bent over work at the back table, hands moving the way birds do when they're busy. The way water does when it finds the easiest path and the only path are the same. None of them look up. A tall figure steps out from a back room as if she's been listening to the whole city just to tell it hush. May I help you? She asks, and what she means is, why are you in here dressed like a budget? I've come about the apprenticeship, you say, as if the ad were a letter of introduction and not a lottery ticket. She looks you over the way a seam looks over a fray. Experience. Stitching since I had milk teeth, you answer. Household, mending, dress, seams, the odd hem. Don't oversell. Don't undersell. Thread a sentence like a needle and pull just enough. Name. Elizabeth Harrington. It sounds more confident than your knees feel. I am Miss Beaumont. Her name arrives with a French ghost stitched into it by marketing. Our work is 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. You begin at 2 shillings. If you are steady and useful at 4, you will be tired. You will be polite. You will keep your opinions about customers inside your skull where they belong. You will be on time. Yes, Miss Beaumont. She glances past you to the door as if measuring whether the street will deliver someone less presumptuous in the next 10 seconds. Too old for apprentice. Not too old to learn. You keep your eyes where respect lives and your chin where dignity does. And I will not cost you errors twice. It is a risk, that last sentence. It says, I will make them once. She likes the risk. Or she respects it. Or she recognizes it as something she used to be. Needles. In my work bag. Scissors too. Hands. She doesn't mean show me your soul. She means show me the skin that will either betray you under silk or serve you. You hold out your palms. They are already ruined in the right ways. She turns them like pages. Approves of the calluses with a breath, disapproves of the chapping with a glance, files away the steadiness of your fingers as a fact she might need later. Come at 6 tomorrow, she says. Not 6:05, because I will not be here to see you walk in at 6-0-5. Bring your own thimble. Thank you, you say. And your heart does the stupid thing where it climbs a rope to the attic and shouts until the rafters shake. You back out into the street with the air of someone who found a key. The city has the indecency to be indifferent about your victory. A man hawks matches. A woman corrals a child with the swiftness of someone who has already lost too much. A dog tries to look like it's posing for a painting and fails. You make it to the corner before you stop and let yourself breathe like a person who, believes in future tense. Now, the ledger. You do it while walking because time is issued by God and money by landlords. 2 shillings a week. Rent in a decentish shared room. 1 and 6. Bread, tea, the kind of cheese that won't forgive you if you leave it too long. Another for pence. Coal, a slice of winter every night. Soap, needles, thread. A light for the evenings that won't burn the house down. You can do this for 6 weeks, maybe 8, if you add private mending at night and skimp on everything fun. If the job sticks. If nothing breaks. If your body understands that pain is a price and not a life. Back at the boarding house, Mrs. Wilson is counting out change to a man with a hat that takes himself too seriously. She lifts her head, and there's a measuring to her look now. 2. Errand take you far, she says. On Crawford Street, you answer. Second-hand books, thread, you buy. Looked, you stand like a person who may have done a daring thing but isn't going to confess it until confession becomes strategy. Linens need turning, she says, which is the landlady's equivalent of "you're not fired." Yes, Mrs. Wilson, you turn linens that do not want to be turned. You fold corners that attempt to escape. You curse softly in a language that hasn't been invented yet and would get you in trouble anyway. Annie leans into the doorway later with arms full of sheets and a grin that competes with sunlight. You disappeared. Thread, you say, and her voice leans at you conspiratorially and maybe something else. You allow yourself the smallest shape your mouth can make when it is trying not to become a smile and loses the battle. She squeals so quietly it feels like breathing. You'll need new needles, she says. Mine break like promises. You show her your thimble, battered, faithful. At least one thing in this life fits. Night drops fast. London is a river of soot under a sky of stubborn stars. You lie awake, lessons already forming, posture at the work table, respect in the shop, speed without mess, the order of stitches, the geometry of brim to face. You think of women who will wear your work and never know your name. You do not mind. The best artists are the ones who know their signatures live in the effect, not the ink. Asterisk the next morning. You are at the shop at 5:52 because a woman who intends to change her life knows that 8 minutes is more valuable than 8 compliments. The door is locked. Of course it is. Miss Beaumont arrives at 5:59 with a key that runs the world and an eyebrow that will keep you honest, punctual, she says, which in her lexicon probably translates to "will not waste ribbon." Inside, the shop's morning breath is steam off a kettle and the faintly sweet note of sizing. Miss Walsh glances up from a bundle and nods a greeting that includes exactly 1 millimeter of welcome. Miss Pierce doesn't look up because her respect will come in a different currency. Perfect roses from silk. Curves that obey gravity without obeying it too much. Stitch, Miss Beaumont says, setting you at a work table that has opinions. She lays out a brim form, a crown in need of convincing, a ribbon that thinks it's a line waiting to be written. Consistent length, even tension. If you cannot manage that, you cannot manage women with opinions and coin. You stitch. It feels like reciting a prayer in a new church. Same God, new acoustics. Your fingers, traitors that they are, remember more than your mind gives them credit for. The first seam is shy. The second learns your name. The third sits up straight. Miss Walsh says later, which is the ancient craftswoman's equivalent of applause. Do it again, Miss Pierce says, which is also a form of love. You obey. The second version understands something the first one pretended to. Progress, measured in a fraction of an inch. The morning passes in needles and the particular music of competent women. There is chatter, but it is not idle. It codes, categorizes, prioritizes. It tells you which supplier will shave a yard if you blink, which client's sister-in-law is poison disguised as perfume, which style Paris sneezed last week that London will catch next month by noon. Your back writes you a letter of complaint you will not answer. The bread you brought tastes like it envies cake. The tea says thank you to boiling water and refuses to apologize for being tanning customer. Miss Beaumont says after lunch. And the bell finally rings because doors like to change their rules whenever power enters the room. For things happen in 15 seconds. Perfume arrives on the air like a rumor with proof. A fur muff that once belonged to something with teeth announces wealth. A voice that learned how to ask for things as a child and never unlearned it says, Josephine, darling, and a gloved finger touches the brim of the hat in the window you fell for. Mrs. Fairchild, this must be she wants something new for winter. She is the kind of woman who believes different is better than right, which is why her hair is a theatre and her laugh is a chandelier. She is accompanied by a niece whose face is a book you immediately want to read twice. You'll handle trimmings close by, Miss Beaumont murmurs, which is less an invitation than a test. Can you work under pressure without having your stitches register it? You pretend the silk flowers in your hands require all your concentration while the consultation becomes a dance at the counter. Face shape, crown height, eye color, the fall of the hair. The statement of the season all spun into a design that says, I thought of this, even though 2 professionals thought of it for her. Are those for me? Mrs. Fairchild says, eyes flicking to your flowers. Another order, ma'am, you answer, not looking up because you have learned the art of catching a powerful person's gaze only on purpose. But they would flatter your coloring if set in a tighter cluster. The world pauses. Miss Beaumont's head turns. Your breath writes a will. Would they? Mrs. Fairchild says, intrigued, and the amused tilts her head to examine you, as if you were a new species of bird that might recite poetry. They would. Miss Beaumont says smoothly, hand meaningfully on your shoulder. We'll consider under my guidance. You allow the tiniest, quietest smile to escape into your thread. Noted and corrected. You were not hired to speak first. You were hired to be so good at your part that someone else wants to speak for you. When the client leaves, the shop exhales. The door shuts. Silence holds a debrief. In future, Miss Beaumont says, you wait. Yes, Miss. And, she adds, as if tossing a coin to the future and watching it land heads, you will assist Mrs. Carter with the trimming on that order. If your eye insists on having opinions, let's discover if your hands can keep up. The world resumes by the time you leave that evening. Your fingers feel like they belong to someone who has lived a life. Your shoulders are a map of little storms. But your steps light, because hope is a helium you inhale on purpose, Gary. You passed a shop window where a cheap mirror turns you into a woman you recognize. Not a leftover, a lever, back at Greystone Lane. The word home is too ambitious, but the syllables keep trying. You are greeted by the usual committee. Emma, who will someday manage everything. Jane, who appears with ink on her cuffs and ideas in her hair. Miss Clark, not yet, but soon, who will look at you like you invented competence. First day. Jane asks, eyes alight. Did you make anything that could change the temperature of a room? Emma adds, not yet, you say. But I learned the names of women who do. You open your palm. The 3 puncture marks in the pad of your index finger form a tiny constellation. You decide to name it latitude, because that's what you began to earn today. Tomorrow, you trim for a woman who can sink a shop with a sentence, or lift a life with one, asterisk. If you've ever watched a master at work woodworker, pastry chef, surgeon, you know the quiet, that hush around excellence where the air itself seems to hold its breath, so as not to jostle the line of a cut or the slope of a curl. That's the silence Mrs. Carter carries with her when she steps beside you at the trimming table. It isn't scolding quiet or timid quiet. It's cathedral quiet, the kind you get when skill has outlived apology hands. She murmurs, you offer your palms, and she studies them like a map she intends to travel. With a single fingertip, she presses the pad of your index finger. Already a constellation, she says, catching the same star plot you named last night. Wear a thimble, but don't rely on it. Feeling the pull is how you hear the fabric. Hear the fabric. The phrase changes the room. Sound becomes sensation, cotton whispering under the needle, silk exhaling when it settles, ribbon humming with a tension that means it'll either hold forever or betray you before luncheon. She places a crown form on the green baize, sets a brim beside it, then rolls a river of velvet that ripples like a promise. Feathers, silk flowers, a coil of net. This is not haberdashery. It is orchestration. We begin where no one will see, she says, and shows you a stitch that vanishes as it locks. A seam that becomes a rumor and then a fact. A knot that hides as if ashamed to be practical. You match her motions. Your first pass is respectful. Your second has courage. Courage is what makes the third worth keeping. Again, Mrs. Carter says, you do again. You do. Now close your eyes. That one startles you, but she is already turning the form. So 2 inches by feel. You breathe once, twice, and slide the needle. The thread tugs. You read it like Braille, the way it tightens, the way it loosens, the tiny catch where a fiber complains. When you open your eyes, your seam is a minor miracle. Good. She says simply. Miss Pierce appears at your shoulder with the fatal grace of a cat. Mrs. Fairchild at 2, she reminds, eyes flicking from your work to the tray of trim pieces. Don't decorate like a nursery. She wears ambition. Make the flowers earn their keep. If compliments are sugar and scoldings are salt, you're being seasoned properly today. The bell rings. Perfume and money arrive as a duet. Mrs. Fairchild sweeps in, wearing a cape that has never once forgotten it's a cape. Her niece trails hurtler today, or perhaps it's the poise. Eyes like clear glass with something bright behind them. You keep your head down until you're permitted to lift it. My winter hat, Mrs. Fairchild says to Miss Beaumont, sing-song turning business into theatre. The green we discussed, and the cluster this observant girl suggested. Her gloved finger points, not unkindly, and lands on you. Miss Harrington will assist Mrs. Carter, says Miss Beaumont, measuring out the syllables like currency. You'll find her hands proportional to her opinions. You move to the front with your tray of flowers. Mrs. Carter's presence anchors you. She adjusts the brim angle by a degree you would have missed, and the whole personality of the piece changes from agreeable to assured. She nods at you. Your cluster, then, tighter, leftward, and let the smallest blossom pretend it escaped. You placed the first bloom. It sits properly but says nothing. You move it a quarter inch and it begins to speak. Another fraction and it sings. 3 stitches, invisible as good manners, lock it in. You have taste. Mrs. Carter says in a tone that could mean praise or warning. Be sure it doesn't have you. The niece leans in. Why left? She asks you directly, voice pitched not to overstep the senior consultation but to honor your attention. Her aunt's profile remains serenely forward, but you can feel how closely she listens. It lends asymmetry without impertinence. You say, surprised by how the words arrive ready, and it carries the eye up instead of down. Up flatters most faces, especially yours. Miss Pierce darts a glance at Miss Beaumont. Permission. Denial, neither. Proceed is the verdict. You add ribbon folded into a loop that reads as simple until a second. Sharper loop gives it wit. A net veil as light as rumor settles with a tilt that says I will be seen when I mean to be. You add one more blossom. Stop. The hardest part of any art is knowing where. To end, Mrs. Fairchild's mirror face softens into delight. Yes, she breathes. She does have an eye. Josephine, take note. To be clear, Miss Beaumont is not named Josephine. But some women call the world by pet names and believe the world should answer. She is noted, says Miss Beaumont dryly. Will baste for your fitting. You baste like a woman entrusted with tomorrow. The pinpricks tattoo new stars on your fingertip. The hat ascends to the client's head. A fraction lower. A fraction forward. There. Something in the air clicks. It is perfect, the niece says. And because she is learning when to let her aunt believe herself the author of her life, she adds, for you. Sold. The shop's temperature rises by 3 degrees. Money changes hands invisibly because dignity is the kind of luxury that doesn't display coin. Mrs. Fairchild signs the book with a flourish that would have embarrassed anyone but Mrs. Fairchild. The niece lingers just long enough to offer you a tiny nod that holds the shape of a future. Conversation. When the door shuts, applause doesn't break out. The work resumes. In the back room, Mrs. Carter sets the finished trimming on the counter with reverence. You'll do, she says to you, as if settling a question in the ledger of the universe. But you'll do better if you learn to love undoing. I do, you say, and you do. Perfection is less a destination than a willingness to walk backward when the line goes wrong. The afternoon is a kind of liturgy, blocking straw crowns on steam-warmed forms, wiring brims so they hold a decision, covering an invisible join with a ribbon that looks inevitable. You find the shop's rhythm and then, quickly, something that feels like a place within it, not center stage, not the wings. The pit perhaps, where craft turns composition into sound. By the time you hang your apron, your shoulders are a stringed instrument that has forgotten what it means not to be tuned. You step into late light, London honeyed and grim at once, coal smoke gilded at the edges. Any or Annie from the boarding house falls into step beside you, as if the city decided to deliver you one kindness on a tray. Well, she demands, conspiratorially bright, I stitched for a woman who thinks God invented hues to flatter her complexion. You say, deadpan, Annie squeals. And you lived. I think she liked the hat. I think you liked the work. You let yourself grin. It's unsafe to be happy out loud in some neighborhoods, but tonight it feels like theft to keep it inside. You buy 2 day-old currant buns for a penny at the bakery that likes you because you like them. And the world, for 5 minutes, offers a truce, back at Greystone Lane. The room feels like rafted air and safety. Emma is mending a cuff with the implacable patience of someone who refuses to be bested by cloth. Jane is already there, ink-dusted and gleaming with purpose. "I brought contraband," she says, fishgilling a folded flyer. "A talk, women and work. Tonight, back room of a tea shop." Her eyebrows dare you. "Come, is it politics?" Emma asks, half curious. Politics, in this city, is a word that can put you out on the street if a foreman overhears you saying it with teeth. It's life in complete sentences, Jane says. They'll call it politics because it asks questions about wages and lungs and time. Lungs. You repeat. Emma's needle stills. "Sarah," she says softly. "The fourth bed's occupant." 16, with a laugh like a door opening onto a garden. Lately that laugh has been replaced by a cough that worries the night. "She's resting," Emma adds quickly. Said go. You look at the beds, at the shawl draped like a vigil over Sarah's cot. You look at Jane's flyer, words stamped crookedly by someone whose press is older than his ideals. You think of Mrs. Carter's hands and Mrs. Fairchild's money and the 500,000 empty chairs scattered across the marriage market floor. You go, the tea shop's back room is a pocket of warm ideas in a cold city. 20 women, a governess with eyes that have learned to measure the temperature of rooms. A seamstress in a dress whose seams are honest about the difficulty of being a seamstress. A typist with ink moments on her fingers. A milk seller whose forearms say she has lifted more than anyone in this room and will do it again tomorrow. They sit on chairs that wobble their consent. The speaker is 40, straight-backed and done apologizing. "The census called us surplus," she begins, voice steady as a line of type. "As if we are crates of potatoes without buyers. As if we rot on docks. Here's my proposition. We are source, not surplus source of labor, skill, education, care, competence. The question is not how to ship us off to colonies like inventory. The question is how to open the city's doors that do not have bells." You feel the room lean forward. "Education," she continues, ticking pillars on her fingers. "Not finishing school to finish us off education that counts in books and wages. Work worthy of a lifetime. Laws that notice we exist to keep our wages in our pockets, our bodies out of the workhouse, our lungs out of the factory soot. And," she adds, eyes glancing over you all with a quick, kind fire, "we must learn to help one another as deliberately as the world forgets us." When the room breaks into discussion, you listen. Then, without meaning to, you speak. Your voice surprises you by sounding like a woman accustomed to being heard. "I serve women who buy armor and call it adornment," you say. They want their hats to say, "I belong here," before they speak a word. It occurs to me we want the same thing they want, just made from different materials. The room quiets. They arrange feathers and we arrange survival. But the language is the same. How to enter a room and not be asked to leave. "Then teach us the language," says the typist, and laughter ripples not mockery, but recognition. A woman in severe dress bookkeeper, by the ink and the com nods. "It's a skill to make beauty that holds," she says to you, eyes taking your measure. The city needs it in law and in cloth. The tea arrives in chipped cups that have never met matching saucers. You drink it, and it tastes like a ritual shared by people who have decided not to drown back in the night. Jane loops her arm through yours. "Well then, Miss Harrington," she teases, "look at you, speaking in public. Accident. You say skill, she corrects. At home, Sarah is sitting up, candle turning her face pale and gold at once. The cough sits on her shoulders like a stubborn cat. How was the thing? She asks, voice thin. Hot tea, you say. Warm minds. You take her hand. That worries you worse than the cough. I'm fine. She lies with a little smile that betrays what the lie thinks of itself. Dr. Emma says from her bed in the corner, we'll find a way. We always do. It's not bravado. It's a plan, wearing hope like a hat. You lie down and stare at the ceiling until the cracks become constellations. Your day unspools seem, suggestion, speech. You think of the speaker's word. Source and imagine a tap turned on. Water finally running where the city kept it dry. Morning is grey with intent. At the shop, routine welds itself to purpose. You arrive at 5:55 because you never trust your future to a round number. Miss Clark is their new girl, country bright. Hands smart even if her eyes still hunt for permission. Your station by mine. You tell her, and the words feel like a key turned. We do the ugly work first. It's the foundation for the pretty work. She nods, grateful the way you were grateful 24 hours ago. The bell rings at 10 with an odd, nervous chime. Not perfume, not money. Anxiety has a smell. Damp wool, a letter damp at the corner where it's been handled too much. A messenger boy stands with a note and a not quite hopeful expression. For Miss Harrington. He reads, mangling your name like he intends to fix it later. Your fingers are thread-burned. You crack the seal. The words inside append your day's arithmetic. Mr. Patterson here. Passing through London briefly. If you would recommend a bookshop on Crawford, I should be obliged. You laugh under your breath at the casualness. It's a social knot tied with a legal loop. A question small enough to be respectable and large enough to be an invitation if you want it to be. Bookshop. Miss Pierce asks, floating by like a swan who has learnt to work the current to her advantage. A former boarder asked for a recommendation. You answer, returning to your work because needles respect neither blushes nor digressions. Noon, you eat bread and think of the tea shop and of Mr. Patterson's bookish smile and of Sarah's cough pooling in the bottom of her lungs like bad weather. Your life is 3 threads twisted together. Work, ideas, care. You suspect the rope they make might be strong enough to pull you somewhere new. That afternoon, Mrs. Carter surprises you by setting aside the day's planned instruction and pulling down a roll of ribbon, so fine it could pass through the eye of your needle out of sheer self-regard. Business, she says. You'll learn it now, not when it bites. She takes you to the wholesale lane where merchants lie beautifully about origins and yards. She teaches you to measure without looking like you're measuring, to praise without asking for a discount, to ask for a discount without sounding like you demanded tribute. She shows you how French ribbon glows a shade more like wet light and how English ribbon holds a crease longer, which is better for women who want a bow that obeys them all afternoon. Numbers, she says as you head back. 3 things keep a shop alive: taste, hands, and numbers. Most people have 1. Some have 2. The rare woman has all 3. Decide which you intend to be. You intend to be rare. You don't say it out loud because the city punishes certain forms of ambition if they're audible at closing. Miss Beaumont calls you to the tiny office where accounts and decrees share a table. She doesn't invite you to sit. That's fine. Standing concentrates the mind. Mrs. Fairchild has requested you by name on her next order, she says, not looking at you so she can pretend it's nothing. I'm grateful for the confidence that reflects on the shop, you say, carefully loyal. Don't mistake this place for a charity, she replies. But there's a current in her tone you recognize. Respects distant cousin, visiting. Outside, dusk holds a question, and the street offers its usual answers. Coal carts. Children, the thin, deliberate smile of a woman who has learned to move through a world stacked against her. You choose a different answer this evening. You walk to Crawford Street and step into the bookshop that smells like the inside of your future. Anything on practical astronomy. A familiar voice asks behind a shelf, and there he is, Mr. Patterson, hat in hand, exactly as if you had conjured him with a teacup and a poem. His face brightens when he sees you in a way that confirms you did not imagine the library of attention you felt in his last letter. I brought you to the cheap shelf. You say lightly, so we can afford new ideas. He laughs, genuine and warm, not the practiced chuckle of a man rehearsing himself. Then we're both rich tonight. You talk about books as if discussing whether that matters. Mary's fierce essays and the museum. Lecture, index you keep, folded in your reticule. The paper he's writing for a senior clerk who hasn't decided whether to be threatened by him. He asks about hats as if they were law, and you describe the geometry of brim to jawline using words like precedent and appeal because it turns out the vocabulary fits. Will you walk a little? He asks when you both notice the shopkeeper stifling a yawn like an honorable man doing battle. Not far, you stipulate. I live modestly, and modesty has ears. You take the longer way down a shorter street. It's public. It's safe. The conversation slips into the kind of ease that makes people watching from windows suppose you are exactly what you are not yet and maybe never will be. That assumption doesn't bother you. You've learned to accept kindness without signing contracts. At Greystone Lane, he stops a respectable distance from the door. Thank you for the bookshop, he says, and for the conversation. Both were free, you say, and then, because you were learning to recognize where to end a stitch, and neither cheap. May I write? He asks. You already do, you say. But yes. He tips his hat. The streetlight finds the edge of his smile and tucks it away for you to find later. You go inside to the sound of Sarah's cough and Emma's she. She's sleeping now, and Jane's scratch of pen against paper. Like someone carving a better world, one letter at a time. You sit on your bed and examine your hands. They are not pretty. They are not delicate. They are purposeful. Invisible yesterday, indispensable tomorrow if skill holds. Steady and courage doesn't spill. You think of what the speaker said saw sand of Mrs. Carter's tryout taste. Hands, numbers and of the niece's watchful gaze. You think of Sarah's breath and of coal and of buns and of budgets. The city has not changed its mind about women like you. But today, inside your small sphere of control, something tilted to you. Add a new star to your private constellation and name it leverage. Tonight, Sarah's cough blooms red on a handkerchief. In the morning light, somebody knocks with news that could scatter your careful plans or forge them into something unbreakable. Asterisk. The knock comes as dawn is still deciding whether to bother with this part of London. 3 quick taps. Too polite for a landlord, too early for a debt collector. Too urgent for a neighbour asking to borrow sugar. Emma's out of bed in a heartbeat. You and Miss Clark sit up at the same time, as if yanked by the same string. Sarah coughs her, wet, racking sound that has learned too many verses of the same song. and presses a handkerchief to her mouth. When she lowers it, there's a red half-moon, too bright against the thin white. The room, already small, shrinks around that stain. Emma opens the door onto a man with a worn leather satchel and the posture of someone who sleeps in chairs between calls. "Dr. Miller," he says, and you exhale. Jane must have found him, of course she did. She has a label for every shelf in the world. "Let's have light," he says, voice brisk but kind. He moves with the swift economy of a man who can't afford to waste either time or tenderness. He sits at Sarah's bedside, stethoscope to her chest, face turned so she can't read him. The room holds its breath while he counts someone else's. "How long?" he asks softly. Emma glances at you. You count backward in chores and deliveries. "Weeks," you say. "Worse since the damp." Me pulls a small notebook, writes like he's trying not to wake the paper. "Not advanced beyond hope," he says at last, and the room loosens an inch. But she can't keep breathing coal. She needs clean air, rest, eggs if you can manage them, and no dust. Not a lint's worth. Her shop, Emma begins. "We'll not feed her if it kills her first," the doctor says, not unkindly. He looks around your narrow heaven for beds, for hooks, a chest that tries hard to be generous and nods at the window. Open when the fog isn't yellow, close when it is. He parcels out bottles and instructions and the small alchemy of hope. This spoon in morning and evening. Warm towels on the chest. Broth if you can manage bones. "Bills," Sarah whispers, cheeks burning with a shame that does not belong to her. "We'll manage," you say, before the others can rush in with the same promise. "We'll take in work." Dr. Miller packs his bag, pauses at the door. There's a curate on St. Hilary Lane. His aunt rents rooms by the week in Sussex Jeep. An air that doesn't argue with lungs. "I can write." Might be the difference between a lingering illness and a life. Sussex. The word floats like a better weather thought. It also carries a price tag your purse isn't equipped to read. Still, a price is a question with more than one answer. Your mind begins to hang hooks for solutions. When the doctor's gone, the room exhales and fills itself with steam from the kettle and the soft clink of cups. Jane slips in, hair half pinned, eyes hot with determination. "I found him," she says unnecessarily, because this is what Jane does, finds the hinge and swings the door. "Thank you," Sarah whispers. The words are very small and somehow enormous, right? Jane says, throat tight, and then claps her hands like she's calling a meeting to order. "We'll rotate nights. Emma and I will cover 2 evenings each. You, a look at you, have your dawn shift at the shop, so you take afternoons. Miss Clark, mornings on your off day. I'll ask the women from the tea shop, talk about a soup rota. No shame in it, mutual aid is economy with a spine." Asterisk rent, Emma says, practical even when her voice trembles. "We're short if Sarah can't work. We're resourceful, you say, and you aren't bragging. Piecework? I'll ask at the millinery. We can take home ribbon roses, netting, finishes. I'll speak with Mrs. Carter, and I'll write to my uncle," Jane adds. He has the Sussex connection. If Sarah can't lift a needle for a week, she can lift her eyes to a green field. Sarah nods, exhausted, brave. "I don't want to be a burden." "Then don't," Jane says gently. "Be a project. We're very good at projects." You find yourself laughing even as your eyes smart. Laughter and tears share a front door more often than anyone admits at the shop. Your hands find work the way homing birds find a roof, automatically, hungrily, accurately. The gas lamps hum, the iron stoves breathe. You stitch, you steam, you bend wire into something that agrees with a human skull. With each tiny triumph of thread over gravity, you feel the room steady under your feet. Stability, the currency you want more of. At 11:10, when the day's churn hits its first low tide, you approach Mrs. Carter with the careful confidence of a woman who has rehearsed her case in every task since dawn. A request. You begin setting your voice on the precise shelf between timid and brazen. She doesn't look up. Only if it's reasonable. Piecework, you say. Finishing roses, hemming veils. After hours, my household can manage. Payment by the dozen, she says, eyes finally lifting. Not by the hour. And standards do not soften because they're sewn under a different gas lamp. We can meet them, Her gaze takes your measure, the way a tailor tests cloth between finger and thumb. She knows you mean the women in your room, not a vague plural. We, you repeat, cheeks heating but spine holding. Quality in our house is not optional. Something that might be approval flickers in her expression. Roses first, she says. A bundle of 30. Deliver tomorrow. If Miss Pierce sees a single stitch that looks tired, I'll know precisely when it was sewn. You thank her and mean it. Piecework will not make you rich. It will make eggs possible. This is not nothing. You work faster, not sloppier. Faster the way a runner lengthens a stride without tangling her feet at 2. A messenger brings a note folded like trouble that wants to be a gift. Miss Beaumont reads it, mouth tightening, then calls, Miss Harrington, office. Her office is 2 ledgers and a chair that views confessions with interest. You stand, as is custom, and fold your hands the way you do when thread tangles, patient, resolute, double quotes. Mrs. Carter is retiring in Dove Quarter, she says without ceremony. The room tilts. You steady yourself with a finger on the desk edge. You knew Mrs. Carter's bones ached after rain. You did not know retirement could be this close. You begin and then stop. Because words you don't mean are worse than silence. She has insisted on training her successor. Miss Beaumont continues, eyes dry with numbers. She suggested you. Shock does a peculiar thing to time. Smashes it flat and stretches it thin. You hear 3 sounds with crisp clarity. The tick of the backroom clock. The small sigh your own throat makes without permission. The gentle iron in Miss Beaumont's voice when she adds, I am inclined to agree. It's several breaths before you remember how to accept news without interrogating it. I thank you, you say, not touching the chair you are not invited to sit in. I won't waste the opportunity. You will be paid to ensure you do not, she says, sliding a crisp scrap of promise toward you. An increase of 6pence a week now. More if you don't embarrass the shop when the mantle passes. This is not a kindness. It is an investment. Begin observing orders with Carter this afternoon. Learn the suppliers. Learn which customers can be told the truth and which require the beautiful lie. You nod, pocket your joy like cash, and leave the office with your spine newly aware of itself. In the workroom, Mrs. Carter glances up. She doesn't smile so much as she lets the corner of her mouth remember how. So, she says, as if you asked for a second serving and she intends to ladle it. Let's make your brain expensive. You spend the afternoon shadowing partnering. She pulls invoices and turns them into stories. That ribbon, advertised as lion, made in doesn't make it worse, just cheaper. Pay the truth, not the poetry. That feather supplier lies less in spring. His geese are honest then. She shows you where the margins live and where they die. Never discount a hat for a woman who offers to send friends. She won't. Discount a hat for a woman who will wear it in rooms with better light. When the door closes on the last customer, she points at the bundle of roses you've tucked under your station. That for your girls, she asks, and the pronoun makes you breathe deeper. Your girls. Tell them to keep their hand clean. Tea stains read like grief on silk. You take the bundle home the way some people carry infants. Proud, terrified, careful not to trip. Upstairs, your room becomes a workroom. Kettle on, lamp raised, towels laid to keep lint from settling. Emma clears the trunk and makes a fat pincushion out of an old stocking. Jane, who can make an assembly line out of a prayer, assigns tasks in a voice that somehow both sings and organizes. Emma, cut leaves. I'll baste. Miss Clark, petal shaping. Elizabeth, center knots. Sarah, she turns, softening the command. You're on quality control. Sit queenly and reject anything that looks like it came from a sad garden. Sarah laughs, then coughs, then laughs again. I can be terrible, she promises, regal in a nightgown with a shawl draped like a mantle. You work. The room changes temperature, not heat, exactly, but something like it. There's a pleasure in synchronized competence no opera has matched. Fingers moving, thread whispering, fabric learning what it ought to be. You talk little. When you do, it's the sort of conversation that oils the hinge. More curve, less pull, lovely, again. By 10, your fingers are sore and your morale is strangely higher than at 6. 30 roses sit like a quiet thunderstorm of beauty on the trunk, identical at a glance. Individual, if you look. You've done it, Sarah says, and there's that laugh again, small but alive. You're running a factory. A guild, Jane corrects. Factories exploit. Guilds share biscuits. She holds up the battered tin to remain. You split them 4 ways. Crumbs tasting like a future in which you might still be hungry but not unorganized. You're washing your hands when a knock scurries along the corridor. Rat nervous, hopeful. You open to find Mr. Patterson, hat in both hands. Apology in his eyes. I would never call uninvited, he blurts, proving he would, but with shame. But there's a letter. For Miss, his gaze skims your crowded room and finds the one face he doesn't know, Sarah's. Pale but solemn, as if portraits can occasionally be alive. Forgive me. I can come back. What letter? You ask, heart suspicious and curious both. He produces an envelope from his breast pocket. The address on it, not your hand, but Miss Fairchild's, no. Her niece's. You realize, by the arch of the letters. Your name sits on the front, like a violet pinned to a coat. A message from a room with carpet to a room with thread. Thank you, you say, taking it. You've saved me a trip to Belgravia. You mean it lightly, but his eyes warm as if you'd saved him instead. He backs away, earnest to the end. I'll write, he says, and leaves you with the scent of bookshops and winter in his coat. You crack the seal. Annie's still Miss Clark on shop time. Annie everywhere else perches beside you like a bird who knows the crumbs are better on your plate. You unfold neat sheets, expensive paper humming faintly under your fingers. Dear Miss Harrington, the letter begins, tidy, decisive. I have considered our conversation and find my interest has increased, not abated. My aunt and I, and 2 ladies whose means are independent of their husbands. Opinions intend to invest in a new venture, a millinery designed for women whose lives involve more than parlor chairs, riding, walking, music rooms with poor ventilation hats that function without apologizing for their beauty. We would like you to lead it. Your lungs forget to fill. You keep reading. This is not charity. It is profit-minded. We provide capital and introductions. You provide taste, hands, and numbers. We expect accounts. We expect excellence. In return, we offer ownership, not wage. Ownership, your heart becomes an orchestra, all the sections warming at once. You read the terms twice to make sure you're not translating your desire into ink. They hold. They're not even unfair. They're precise the way a contract is precise when it wants to be honored, not when it wants to trick. Your eyes jump to the bottom line. We request your answer within the month. The city is changing. We intend to change with it. Elizabeth, Emma asks, seeing your face go briefly white and then something brighter than rose. What is it? A door, you say, and a set of keys. Jane reads it, eyebrows climbing into her politics and back. They're serious, she murmurs, equal parts impressed and on guard. They want the thing every man wants, a return. But they're offering you something to not just a seat, a share. Annie squeezes your arm so hard it hurts nicely. You could run a shop, she breathes. You could be the one whose name people say when they sign for hats. Sarah is quiet for a long moment. Then, with the authority of a woman elevated tonight to queen of quality, she says, you could hire me to embroider baby caps when I'm strong again, or not. I prefer hats to babies. You laugh, then cry, then laugh again, because apparently that is your life now. Crying on expensive stationery and calling it research, not publicly. You caution yourself out loud, as if you were both coach and player. Not yet. You think of Mrs. Carter's patience and Miss Beaumont's cool calculus. You have responsibilities in the present, even if the future is rapping on your window with a velvet knuckle. First thing, Jane says, back to work. We make a budget. How much capital? What burn before profit? What wage for the woman who runs it that doesn't starve her? We will not build a palace on a woman's famine. Second thing, Emma adds, we keep Sarah breathing and the rent paid. Dreams are cheaper when the landlord isn't singing the rent song. Third, you say, fingers already reaching for paper, because paper is how you domesticate chaos. I learn everything Mrs. Carter knows before she leaves. If I open a shop, it will not be with pretty hats and ugly books. You write until the lamp makes a small complaint about its own endurance. Columns of numbers that you have to stop yourself from petting like a cat, comforting and sleek. You draft a letter to Miss Elenina that says the right serious things. Thank you for your confidence. I will consider the offer. I request a meeting to review terms and, not the other things you also want to say. Yes, 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 but also help me not to be stupid about it. You tuck it away. Tomorrow you'll make a fair copy in a hand that doesn't look like it just wrestled roses. Sleep comes in shards. Your brain keeps putting hats on the future, a sign above a door with your name, a window dressed to make passers-by walk faster and then stop, a table in the back where women like you count coins with heads up and shoulders back. Between these images and the rhythmic hitch of Sarah's breath, you drift in and out. Each time you surface, the same quiet vow is waiting like a warm cup. Don't waste this. Morning peels you out of bed at a time that would make a rooster file a complaint. You carry the bundle of roses to the shop with the solemnity of a procession. Miss Pierce takes them like a duchess receiving tribute, inspects the first 6 without blinking, and grunts. Passable, she says, which is her word for fine. Whoever did the centers can keep doing them. The one who shaped this leaf, she taps Emma's careful work, has an eye. The bastard Jane is a menace if she thinks she can hide sloppy under a fold. I'll tell her, you say, swallowing a grin. Miss Pierce does not believe in laughter. It wrinkles ribbon. At midday, Mrs. Carter takes you to the wholesale district again, this time turning left instead of right, into a street that smells like feathers, varnish, and the arguments of men who think shouting improves quality. She shows you who to trust and who to greet pleasantly while buying elsewhere. Character, she murmurs, hand light on your elbow as you sidestep a crate, is a supply chain. If one link cheats, you pay for it 3 streets over. By late afternoon you can feel a map inside your head, lines of credit and favor drawn in pencil. You understand that the city is not one market, it is many, and each demands a different accent. You'll do, Mrs. Carter says as you re-enter the shop at dusk, and this time there's no warning threaded into the praise. Only the tired satisfaction of someone who recognizes her craft is not an orphan. On your way out, Miss Beaumont's voice follows you like a string. Harrington, U-turn. She studies you, eyes steady, not unkind. If you open a shop, she says, as if commenting on weather likely to change, you will remember who taught you where the seams go. Yes, you say, and the honesty tastes like relief. Every time I hide a knot, I'll hear your voice saying to hide it better. One corner of her mouth approves. Go on then, she says. The city won't wait. Outside, the night has polished itself for company. You pull your shawl tighter and start home with the particular gratitude of a woman who knows she is walking a ridge, fall to one side and its failure, to the other and its fear of succeeding too much. Ahead, the window of your room throws a buttered square onto the street. Inside, Sarah will be breathing. Emma will be making tea that defies thrift to taste like generosity. Jane will be sharpening a pencil knife as if it could cut through the century. You touch the letter in your pocket again. Feel the thickness of a future written on good paper. Then you square your shoulders and do the unromantic, indispensable thing. You climb the stairs and light the lamp and begin, line by careful line, to write the life you intend to live, tomorrow brings. 2 appointments you can't miss. Mrs. Fairchild's niece for a private consultation, and a meeting in a back room where a small, furious union is being born. Choose wrong and you risk your job. Choose right and you might risk everything else. Asterisk 2 clocks. Run your morning, Beaumont's bell, and your Pulsan today, they're racing each other. You've got Mrs. Fairchild's niece at 9 for a private consultation, and a backroom meeting in Clockenwell at 7, where whispers have been practicing how to become a union. Between them, 11 hours of work and one narrow bridge named you. You arrive at the shop early enough to beat your doubts to the door. The workroom feels like a ship before dawn ropes coiled, decks scrubbed. The crew moving with the soft competence of people who know the day will test them. You lay out a small museum on your station, straw blocked to 3 crown heights. To brims 1 generous, 1 modest. Velvet ribbon in a green that refuses to apologize. Steam-bent feathers, net nearly weightless as a secret, and a length of wired petersham that obeys like a trained hound. at 9 sharp. The bell rings, a confident note, and Mrs. Fairchild floats in on perfume and certainty with her niece in tow. Miss Elenina, your mind refuses to clip it down. She has the syllables of a battlefield and intends to keep them, has the look of someone who slept well on new resolve. Today she wears a riding habit not meant for show skirt, cut for a seat, jacket that understands movement. She is, you realize, with a quiet jolt, exactly the customer she wants to recruit. A woman designing the future around herself and assuming the world will catch up. Good morning, Miss Harrington, she says, and the miss contains respect. She glances at your table. You've been thinking, relentlessly, you answer. Shall we begin with a premise? Hats that earn their keep. She smiles. At last and ally in the war against decorative idleness, you step into the front, where Mrs. Beaumont has graciously and strategically ceded a corner to the consultation. Mrs. Carter stands within earshot, ostensibly adjusting a display, actually guarding your flank. Miss Pierce lurks at a distance, ready to pounce on a loose stitch or an overexcited promise. For riding, you begin lifting the first crown. A modified bowler lower profile so Hyde Park wind doesn't treat it like sport. Ventilated illets hidden under this trim so a woman doesn't arrive at tea with her scalp steaming. A washable sweatband. We'll stitch it in with fell seams for comfort. Detachable veil for dust roads. And you hold up a narrow strap, a storm strap that tucks into the crown when not needed. Silk-covered elastic. Secure without marring a jawline. Elenina reaches for the strap, tests its give, the way a horse tests a new bit. Invisible when not in use. Here, you say, tucking it into a channel you stitched at dawn. It vanishes. But it doesn't desert you when the sky decides to play games. She nods, approving the practicality as if it were poetry. Cycling. You pivot to a smaller crown with a brim that understands physics. The velocipede catches brims like a flirt catches eyes. We keep this side trimmed so it doesn't kiss spoke sand. Give this side a shallow visor curve for winter glare. Hatpin channels angled to anchor into coiled hair secure, but not a trap when you need it off in a hurry. Hidden hair comes on the inner band for women who don't trust pins alone. Brim stiffener. She asks, already anticipating failure modes like an engineer. Shellac light. Wired edge. It will hold a shape through the miles, but you can steam it back if rain sighs on it. Colors. She asks, more to test your taste than your paint box. Earth, you say. Olive and slate for road dust. A navy that reads proper from 5 yards away. Cream for the bold who travel early and return before mud opines. Trims, that signal, not shout. If you shout on a bicycle, you will not be invited to shout again. Mrs. Fairchild laughs an expensive chiming that says she's amused without risking wrinkles. And for a music salon, she says, eyeing a veiling roll. You choose a crown you wired last night under moonlight and stubbornness. A crown easy to keep on in overheated rooms. A veil that can be flicked up if conversation insists. Plumes that won't molt when someone opens a window like an apology. The trick is to look like you never thought about your hat, which requires thinking about it all morning. Prices, Elenina says, and the air shifts from fashion to arithmetic. Asterisk, you meet her gaze. 3 tiers. You tap the designs. Working woman gowns church, tier. Respectable, sturdy, less trim, 5 to 7 shillings. Professional class teachers, governesses with employers who like to be impressed 8 to 12. Upper circle custom trims, feather allowances, charms hidden where only the wearer knows, 15 and up. We scale profit with patience. Quicker builds yield, slimmer margins. Bespoke pays for the hours and your margins. She asks because she is not playing shop. She is building it after rent and coal. You say, grateful for last night's column. On Tier 1, 9 to 12%. Tier 2, 15 to 18. Tier 3, 20 plus. When feathers aren't being dramatic. Supply, she asks. Feather men lie. They lie less in spring, you say, barely stopping your grin. We've charted which bolts of ribbon age well, which combs pop their teeth at the first insult, which net snags if you look at it like a poem. We'll pay truth, not poetry, for materials. Mrs. Fairchild, who never met poetry she didn't believe, should pay her first nods. How will ladies find you? Hyde Park, you say. Not by shouting, by being visible where women test their horses and their lives. Place 2 hats on 2 heads with friends and let envy invite us. Then the ladies' monthly review, small advertisement. All function, no flutter. A phrase that lodges a hat that holds while you live. And salons. You look at not gossip, parlors, demonstrations. How to travel without sacrificing dignity. You invite, I teach. We fit in a back room not meant for commerce and pretend we are discussing art. She leans back, pleased. Maintenance. Subscription, you say. A hat club. Customers bring their hats monthly. We re-black, rebrush, replace, banding, whisper kind truths about what can be saved and what must be retired. They pay $1 a quarter and feel cared for. We see our work again before it embarrasses us. You've thought, Mrs. Fairchild says, delighted the way a patron is delighted when she realizes her investment will also be fun to brag about. And numbers. Numbers, you say, handing Elenina a neat page. Costs by unit. Straw, velvet, ribbon, feathers, net, combs, bands. Labor hours by tear. Recommended prices. Estimated margin. Inventory turnover if we're lucky. Catastrophe if we're not. Also, a column for coal, because coal takes offense if you forget it exists. Elenina reads as if she can hear ink. What do you want, Miss Harrington? She asks. And there it is, the question that sits behind all pretty talk, like a clerk with a quill. Terms that respect the thing you're buying and the thing I'm bringing. You answer. Not wages alone, ownership, creative control over designs, and the right to say no to ugliness even if ugliness pays. A fair salary that doesn't require me to nibble air. Profit share so success tastes like partnership, not tip. An autonomy over hiring. The workroom's culture is my instrument. I must tune it. Mrs. Fairchild's mouth curves. So many women forget to ask for salary and ask for compliments instead. I like both, you say, but only one pays the coal man. Elenina slides a paper across. It isn't a contract, but it is definitely its cousin. Proposed, she says. Capital from us enough to secure a modest shop in a neighborhood that wishes it were Mayfair. Tools, initial stock, 3 months of burn. You creative helm, day-to-day operations, hiring. Salary, £2 a month, to start reviewed at 6. Equity, 30%, vesting 10% on opening. The remainder over 2 years with performance milestones. Profit distribution quarterly. We retain veto on brand degradation. You retain veto on anything that puts a foolish hat on a clever head. It isn't perfect. It isn't robbery. It is a starting place good enough to support a decent argument. You breathe once and step into negotiation. Salary at 3, you say. If you want my nights, as well as my days for the first quarter, the tea shop gets less of me and your shop gets more. And I require purchase veto on any materials that will embarrass the sign above the door. 2 and 10, Mrs. Fairchild counters automatically, enjoying herself. We'll meet you at 2:10, and a linen budget penned by you. 2:15, and a line item for charitable alterations quietly. Done for working women whose hats must convince a foreman to think human thoughts, you say. Before your caution can shush your mouth, there's a beat. Elenina watches you with sharpened interest. Mrs. Fairchild considers her own reflection in brass and decides moral advantage is flattering. Done, she says crisply, with a ledger. I won't subsidize the Empire's conscience without receipts. Solicitors, Elenina adds. Mine will draft. Yours will red pen. I'm told you have a friend in the law who respects women without turning them into cases. Mr. Patterson, you say. And even speaking his name here feels like you're threading personal and professional into the same sturdy stitch. He can review. Send him, she says. We'll delight in arguing with a man who knows when to concede. They leave the way they always do, owning a room even as they exit it. When the bell hushes, you realize your hands are shaking the way. Roofs shake when thunder stalks the street. Mrs. Carter is already there with a glass of water and a look that holds 1,000 sentences. Terms, she asks, proposed, you say, and give her the outline in 10 words. Her eyes narrow with calculation. You'll need a back entrance for deliveries and dignity, she says. A lockbox. A chair for your back, because it will now bear work with a different shape. And a signwriter who can paint your name in a way that doesn't make the neighbors gossip as if gossip were rent. You laugh, and the laugh lets the trembling drain out of your bones. Miss Pierce pretends not to be listening and then fails at pretending, which is her version of meanness paying you a compliment. The rest of the day is a frenzy in a tidy dress. You learn a new blocking technique that makes straw behave like silk. You correct an apprentice's stitch without burning the hope out of her hands. You talk a woman out of a feather tower that would have eaten canaps before she did at 6. You pack your evening into your bag, shawl against the kind of cold that sits on lungs. Pencil, small notebook, nothing that could be called a pamphlet if a constable got nosy. You leave by the side door, because nothing spreads faster than the scent of a girl with extracurriculars. Clockenwell's lanes carry a different energy at dusk print shops. Bleeding ink, pubs humming, tenements knitting down for the night. The tea shop's back room is already hot with bodies and hope, both volatile. You slip in, find Jane at the table with a dozen women and 2 men whose faces look like they VA chewed the word reform so long their teeth have grooves. Welcome. Sisters, says the woman, chairing sharp jaw, sleeves rolled to show forearms that have carried too much. We're not a union yet. We're an intention. Tonight rules, dues, secrecy, aims. Keep your names close and your purpose closer. They go around, seamstresses who've worked through fever and been paid with a warning. Laundresses whose hands have forgotten the softness of not working. Typists whose bosses think boredom is a virtue and boundaries are a rumor. What do we ask? The chair presses. Shorter hours, says a girl who looks 12 until she speaks like 30. Rates that prevent starvation, says another. Safety, says a third. And her cough makes the word heavy, and how. The chair says, "Petition," Jane offers, and a line of women outside a factory door on payday, counting their wages aloud. Names, someone whispers, toward you, and you feel the room pivot. We could use a milliner who speaks like a book in a street. You keep your voice low. You must not hang everything on one nail. The first time a foreman finds that nail, he'll pull the board down, build redundancy. Spread the risk. Make many women the Ludens' small plans at many tables. Quiet does not always mean weak. Sometimes it's strategy. Also, you add, surprising yourself with the courage that appears when a plan needs it. When you write your demands, write like you intend to publish, not like you intend to whisper. There's a murmur approval and fear haggling over the price of boldness. One of the men print shop, ink in the hairline, lifts a hand. "We can set type," he says, "but it'll cost. Paper doesn't grow on trees unless the owner lets it." "I can help with a printer," you hear yourself say, picturing James's office, James's careful eyes. Someone who cares about lungs and law. But I offer that as a bridge, not a promise that saves anyone from walking. A woman near the door shifts, and you notice something that doesn't fit. Boots that don't come from your streets. A coat trying too hard to be nondescript. Informers don't wear badges. They wear attention badly. You catch Jane's gaze and flick your eyes. She reads you, nods minutely, switches the conversation to soup schedules and sick funds, the kind of charity even a censor thinks is decent. The meeting adjourns without becoming a list of names. A magistrate would enjoy reciting in court. As bodies thin, the woman with the rolled sleeves presses coins into a tin. "Dues," she says. "A union that can't buy tea, can't buy time." You press your own coin in. It stings to part with it. That sting is the price of belonging. Outside, you choose a long, bright way home. A man peels off a shadow and strolls your direction with the lazy attention of a cat who could pounce or yawn. You duck into a bakery and emerge with nothing you can afford to stale buns and a clear view of him walking on. When you reach Greystone Lane, your heart is ready to clock out. Upstairs, the room feels like a chapel where someone forgot how to be pious and started being kind instead. Emma has tea. Sarah's cheeks are less deathly, more stubborn. Annie is asleep in a position that looks like a leftover stitch. On your bed, a small folded paper with no address, slid under the door by a hand not wishing to be known. You open it, they know you were there. 2 more words, written in a different hand, lighter, like a friend intercepting a blow. "Be careful," your chest compresses. Careful is a hat you already wear. Tonight it feels less like fashion and more like armor. You fold the note, slip it under the loose floorboard with your 3 precious shillings and the letters that keep your future from blowing away. Then, because the day deserves a small ceremony, you break 1 stale bun into 4 stale quarters, pass them around, and raise your piece. 2 stubborn lungs, you say to fair contracts, Jane adds. Eyes flashing, 2 hats that don't quit, Annie mumbles. Half asleep but loyal. To tomorrow, Emma finishes. Because Emma is the one who believes tomorrow is a thing you can meet on time. You chew, which tastes like resolve. Then you lie down, threadsore. Danger awarened, listen to London breathe at dawn, before the bell. A messenger arrives with 2 sealed envelopes, one bearing Miss Beaumont's exacting hand, the other marked with a solicitor's crest. One offers a promotion with conditions, The other offers a future with clauses. You can't sign both the way they're written. Asterisk dawn shows up like a bookkeeper, grey, punctual, unimpressed by dreams. You're halfway through lacing your boots when a knuckle raps the door in a rhythm that says paid to knock. Emma lifts a brow. You nod. She cracks the door and takes 2 envelopes from a boy, who looks 12 and has the eyes of a man, who's learned not to ask questions that come with answers. The first envelope wears. Miss Beaumont's hand, precise, slanted. A script that never crosses a T without billing for it. The second bears a solicitor's crest you don't recognize. A tidy shield stamped in ink that costs more per drop than your breakfast. You open Beaumont first, because the present is rude when you make it wait. Inside, 2 pages ruled by order. Miss Harrington, it begins. No more warmth than necessary, no less. In contemplation of Mrs. Carter's retirement, I propose the following. Bullets march like soldiers. Title, Senior Milliner and Purchasing Steward. Salary, 5 shillings per week. Review, admit. Authority, supervise design consultations, tiers 1 and 2. Co-approve premium orders. Oversee apprentices. Primary liaison to suppliers. Restrictions. Non-solicitation of clientele for any external enterprise 2 years post-tenure. Non-competition within 2 miles of Beaumont Millinery for same term. All designs created in the course of employment the property of Beaumont Millinery. Condition, discretion absolute. Politics belong to newspapers, not hats. Asterisk, asterisk. The last line underlined twice in ink that looks like it wished it could underline thrice. It's a very fine cage, you think, and you could be a very comfortable bird inside it. You fold the pages with more care than you feel and reach for the second envelope. The solicitor's draft is careful in a different way. Language that has learned how to handshake and threaten in the same line. Proposed articles of association, Harrington and Fairchild, Ladies' Practical Millinery. Names you know Mrs. Fairchild, Miss Elenina Peer as subscribers. Your name appears in capital letters that seem surprised to see themselves in such company. You skim first for the numbers your stomach understands as food. Capital subscription to be furnished by subscribers A, B, and C in the amount of £120, payable upon execution. Salary to Creative Director U, £2.10 per month for quarter 1. £3 per month thereafter upon opening day receipts exceeding £20. Equity 30% to Creative Director. Vesting schedule 10% on execution. 10% at 12 months. 10% at 24 months. Subject to good standing defined herein. Profit distribution, quarterly, net of costs, set aside for reserves. And a line item called Hushno, miscellaneous discretionary, but you can feel the hush in it. Veto rights, brand integrity, veto you. Fiscal emergency, veto them. Exit, buyout provisions that make your head feel like it needs tea, and then the parts that want to pick your pocket while kissing your cheek. Morals clause, nothing that would bring disrepute. On the firm and elastic term, in a society where a raised voice can be described as indecent if it belongs to a woman. Inventions, all patterns, methods, and improvements devised shall belong to the company. Reasonable in a company. Less reasonable if the company loses its mind and your designs become hostage to someone else's taste. Termination for cause includes political agitation resulting in disorder. You can practically see the constable's boot print on that phrase. What's the face? Emma asks, pouring tea that has ambitions beyond its leaves. To futures, you say. One wants me comfortable and quiet. The other wants me brilliant and obedient. And what do you want? She asks, because Emma always brings the needle back to the center. To be paid fairly for being noisy and good, you say. Half joke, whole truth. You tuck both documents into your bag next to the bundle of blocked straw and your notebook of numbers that keeps you from making promises your purse can't keep. The road to Beaumont feels different when you're carrying contracts. The Cobbles are suddenly consultants in the back room. Mrs. Carter is already at her station, hands moving like a prayer she doesn't say out loud. You show her Beaumont's letter. She reads without commentary until the restrictions. Then she snorts so softly you almost miss it. 2 miles, she says. She wants to own your footsteps. And my silence, you add. No politics. As if air were not political when you have to breathe it through soot. Do not sign that as is, she says. Matter of. Ask for the non-compete trimmed to 6 months and a radius you can walk in 15 minutes. Remove the design clause or convert it. Designs created outside hours and off premises remain yours. She will resist. Push again. She hires you for your spine as much as your stitches, even if she never admits it. You slide her the solicitor draft. She frowns at the morals line and the political agitation bit. They'll want the right to throw you overboard if the newspapers hiss, she says. Tie disrepute to objective breaches. Name them. If they won't, add a cure period. 30 days to make right before they pull the rug. You sound like a lawyer. You say, I sound like a woman who has watched too many good hands sign away their future because a gentleman smiled while he set the trap. She replies, not unkindly. Miss Pierce arrives and pretends the paper in your hands is a menu and she is not hungry. She peers anyway. If you leave, she says, as if discussing the way rain leaves roofs, you will take apprentice's loyalty with you unless you behave. Behave, always, you say, just not quietly. At noon, a thundercloud in a velvet bonnet walks in, a matron you've seen twice, both times nearly choosing a hat that would have turned her face into a frown with feathers. Today she's in full complaint. This trim drooped at my sister's musicale, she announces, pointing at a respectable piece that did its job and then some. I was mortified. Miss Pierce inhales to launch a lecture on humidity physics. You step lightly between. Mortification is a heavy hat. You say with a smile that acknowledges both physics and sisters. May I? You lift the piece, examine the seam. The silk has done nothing wrong. The room she stood in did. You steam the trim, reshape with invisible stitches. Add a discreet anchor where the comb meets hairline insurance you wish existed in other parts of life. You hand it back, 20 seconds, new. The matron softens, despite herself. Better, she admits. You have a way, rules, you say, and a little defiance. You ring her up for a minor adjustment and a major rescue. She leaves less thunder, more weather. Useful mouth, Miss Pierce murmurs, as if she didn't almost set that customer's pride on fire. By 2, you've drafted your first red lines. You underline with an iron that doesn't scorch. 6 months, not 2 years. Radius reduced to 10 streets. Off-premise designs remain mine. On the other contract, you circle disrepute and write in the margin, objective triggers only arrest conviction. Public scandal defined as named in periodicals of record. You don't know if the Fairchild solicitor will take that bait. You do know you won't swallow the hook as written at 3. A card arrives, thick, crested. Mr. Patterson, can you spare an hour at 4? Urgent review. Your pulse agrees before your head does. You show the note to Mrs. Carter. Go, she says. Bring your questions. Return with fewer. James's firm occupies rooms that smell like paper that remembers trees. Clerks move like careful bees. He meets you with his sleeves rolled, respect for labor and an expression that tells you his day has already wrestled him once. You have both. He asks, and you do, laying them out like a gambler who intends to count the deck. He reads silently, lips moving only when the words require teeth. He taps the Beaumont non-compete. This is broad enough to cover making hats out of snow in Greenland, he says dryly. Narrow it. 6 months. Half mile. Allow exceptions for necessity. You must work to live. You work. And designs. You ask. Assert your right to anything conceived and executed off the clock and off the premises, he says. Include a presumption. Ambiguous cases belong to you unless they can show otherwise. Flip the burden. He moves to the Fairchild draft, brows knitting at the disrepute clause. Elastic and dangerous, he murmurs. Tie it to bones. No vague hand-waving that a lady in Belgravia might interpret as your hemline was rude in the rain. He pencils alternatives language that would force action. Only if you actually broke a law instead of just offended a cousin. He flags the vesting. I like the schedule. I hate the cliff. Add acceleration on termination without cause. If they push you out while you're doing your job, you keep what you've earned and some of what you were earning. And the hush money, you say, tapping miscellaneous, discretionary. He smiles. Rename it what it is. Community goodwill. Require dual sign-off you and a subscriber. Keep a ledger. Charity feels better when it can stand daylight. Will they agree? You ask some, he says. Some they'll fight. That's the point. If they're earnest partners, they'll meet you at honest lines. If they're ornamental philanthropists playing shop, they'll bristle and you'll have learned something without signing away your lungs. He hesitates, then adds, tapping the political agitation trigger. They are telling you they expect you to be clever with hats and quiet with everything else. I am not a quiet creature, you say, surprised by the steadiness of your tone. I know, he says, and his eyes soften. It is one of my favorite facts. You feel the ground tilt in a dizzy, just aware you're walking on a ridge that looks like a horizon. James, you say carefully, if I sign with them, and I stay myself, then I will spend a portion of my life explaining to gentlemen in waistcoats that a woman may run a profitable shop and also open her mouth without the earth cracking, he says. A joy, honestly. You stand lighter. I'll draft revisions, you say. You'll sharpen them. Always, he says, as if the word can be a promise and a plan. On your way back to Beaumont, a policeman leans against a lamppost the way idleness leans when it wears authority. He watches the street with a proprietary eye that makes women walk straighter. You pass without flinching, which is its own kind of flinch. Inside. Trade carries on like weather, unpredictable but inevitable. At closing, Miss Beaumont summons you with the invisible bell in her voice. You have my terms, she says before you can sit. Do you accept? My gratitude, you say evenly. And my revisions? You slide the marked letter across. She doesn't touch it at first. She looks at you instead, as if checking the fit of a hat you cannot see. You wish to teach me to be generous. She says, cool. I wish to remain useful to you without becoming a ghost, you answer. My work is yours while I work. My life remains mine when I go home. She lifts the paper. Her eyes flicker at each red line. 6 months radius, designs. The last line silence, not for sale isn't written, but it sits between them like a chair that wasn't there a moment ago and now plainly is. She sets the pages down. The pause stretches long enough to make the clock a percussion section. 6 months, she concedes finally. 1 mile. Off-premise designs defined precisely. Her gaze pins you like a hatpin through felt. And discretion in public. You may have your private evenings where you talk about soup and suffering. You may not bring the police to my door. Understood, you say, the word doing heavy lifting. Bring me the solicitor's draft when you have your revisions. She adds, startling you. If you are to leave me, I prefer it be to competence rather than chaos. The city has enough of the latter. It's as close to blessing as she can offer without destabilizing her own legend. You nod, throat tight with a loyalty that isn't cancelled by ambition. You leave into a dusk that tastes like coal and possibility. On Greystone Lane, the stairwell smells of cabbage and the kind of perfumes sold in bottles that forget to be subtle. Upstairs, your room is mid-transformation, half home, half office. The table is a small city of papers. The kettle chatters. Sarah is propped up with dignity and knitting like she's binding the world together with worsted. I wrote to the curate's aunt. Jane says, not looking up. Sussex room secured if we want it. 2 shillings a week. A garden that claims to be honest. We'll need travel money and courage. Courage is free, Emma says, stitching a hem that has learned humility. We can afford that. You drop your bag, draw the solicitor's draft, and pass it around. They read like stakeholders because they are. You explain what James suggested. You explain what Mrs. Carter scolded. You explain the difference between owning your hours and renting your name. Do you want it? Sarah asks simply. I want to decide, you say. I want to sign my name without hoping no one reads the small print, because I was afraid to ask for larger letters. Then ask, Jane says, fierce. Men ask and call it Tuesday. You write late, words the shape of lines you refuse to cross. You rewrite where your bravery outran your arithmetic. You add a paragraph about apprentices and fair wages and a code of conduct for a workroom where talent outranks cruelty. You assume you will have to fight for it. You decide to enjoy the fight. Near midnight, a knock hesitant, polite, wrong. Emma freezes. Jane's eyes flick to the floorboard that hides the union note. You cross and open to a small woman with a hat like a sigh and eyes like she hasn't slept since the year began. Miss Harrington. She whispers, I'm sorry, Mrs. Wilson sent me the landlady on Marillion Road. The house is sold. We have a month to get out, she said. She said you might know a room. Her voice cracks on the last word, as if rooms can be verbs that unhappen, behind her shoulder. A shadow shifts at the stairhead mail, patient, listening. Not an intruder. Something worse. Attention that doesn't belong to you, but has decided to take you anyway. You step aside and pull the woman in. Close the door on the shadow, and feel the fragile thud as it catches. The paper on your table still smells like ink and rising. The hallway smells like someone else's business. We'll find you a bed, you say, and it is both hospitality and strategy. You can't save the city. Tonight, you can hide one woman from its teeth, a log in the great whispers into flame. The kettle complains and then forgives. You pour, you plan. You pass around the bun that remains from a day you pretended you had more to eat than you did. On the table, 2 futures wait for your signature. At your door, the world taps and pretends it is a neighbor. Inside, for women bend the night toward solvable. Morning brings 2 arrivals at once. A tidy envelope from the Fairchild solicitor, accepting some, rejecting others, and a uniformed inspector with a warrant to search for seditious materials, connected to a certain tea shop backroom. Your contracts can survive revisions. Can your room survive the crown? Morning arrives with a 2-fisted knock, one gloved in vellum, the other armored in brass. The first hand belongs to a boy in livery, all cap and confidence, proffering a tidy envelope sealed with a crest that smells of money and opinion. The second belongs to the Crown's, specifically to a uniformed inspector, whose face has learned how to be a rule even when the rule is wrong. You take the envelope because habit wins before fear wakes up. From Messrs. Allerton and Shaw, solicitors for Mrs. Fairchild and Miss Fairchild. The boy chirps, like newsboys shout sunsets. He bounds away. The inspector does not bound. He occupies the threshold as if doorways were designed to frame men exactly like him. Miss Elizabeth Harrington, he asks, voice measured, vowels ironed. Behind him, another constable waits, the way a mallet waits patient, heavy, not bright. Yes, you say. Emma's chin lifts half an inch. Jane sets down her teacup without a clink. That level of control terrifies the careless. The inspector extends a paper whose edges could shave a conscience. By warrant of the magistrate, authorization to search these premises for seditious materials, specifically pamphlets or minutes associated with gatherings in Clerkenwell of a mutinous or disorderly nature. He reads the phrases as if he enjoys them. Names the tea shop. Names an hour you remember with your pulse. Your heart does a trick it learned. Recently, it shrinks to the size of a kernel and hardens. May I read? You ask, already reading. You scan for the bones, not the bluster. Address correct. Scope, kitchen, common room, sleeping chambers. Time window, today. List of items. Printed matter, advocating work stoppage, riot, unlawful assembly. No catch-all for anything we fancy. That omission is the only courtesy on the page. Do you consent? He asks, as if consent were a luxury a woman might mistake for power. I observe. You answer evenly, stepping aside because you cannot stop a river with an apron. And I insist you respect the scope. Rooms only. Persons no. You search objects, inspect not women. Something like amusement darts through his eyes and dies before it leaves a mark. We shall be models of restraint, he says, which is what men say before they prove they have none. He and his mallet lad enter. The room feels suddenly small, as if oxygen is a guest who has decided he doesn't like your company. You take 3 breaths that taste like coal and plan. The union's minutes, which were never called minutes, allowed live under the loose floorboard, with your letters and 3 shillings. Too obvious. You used it before. They expect cleverness that repeats itself. Move, now. Sarah, you say, light as gossip, fetch the mending basket. She understands instantly, so fast you love her a little for it. She leans slowly, believably rummages, produces a tangle of wool with a pocket of emptiness that wasn't there last night. Her cough covers the scrape of wood. The inspector begins with the table papers squared, the kind of squaring that tries to frighten you with order. He finds the Fairchild letter unopened, a copy of Household Words, a receipt from a ribbon man you intend to argue with about frayed salvage, your sketchbook. He pauses. Your ribs tighten, flicks through roses and crowns and brim angles, finds no treason in trimmings, drops it with faint disappointment. May I open this? You ask of the solicitor's letter, because if he opens it first, it becomes theirs before it becomes yours. He nods, impatient, already prowling toward the mantel. You break the seal. It's not the time for business, and yet business refuses to let go of your sleeve. You scan fast, Miss Harrington. It begins with that dignified politeness solicitors use when they are about to concede and defend in the same breath. Accepted. Acceleration on vesting. If terminated without cause, your pencil wins a small cheer. Rename miscellaneous discretionary to community goodwill fund. Dual signatories. Quarterly ledger, the kind of concession that lets rich people feel magnanimous and you feel safe. Salary uplift to £3 after first month receipts. Exceed £25, not £20. They want proof and cushion. Qualified. Morals disrepute redefined to indictable. Offence or public scandal of record harmful to the companies. Trade, but with an addendum that public agitation likely to disturb the peace may be considered by the board. Slippery and scented with compromise. Political agitation clause narrowed to organizing or inciting unlawful assembly. They underlined unlawful as if that were benediction enough. Rejected. Your absolute veto on any investor-imposed design. They want a supermajority cur to investors to overrule your veto in narrow circumstances to preserve profitability. You taste iron and decide to argue later about the width of narrow time frame. We suggest an opening timeline of 6 weeks from execution, with demonstrator samples, riding, cycling, salon. Travel delivered within 10 days for a salon preview at Mrs. Fairchild's residence. Your mouth moves like a fish learning scripture. 10 days. With a police boot in your doorway and your work table being sniffed like it owes the crown an apology. A boot scuffs your rug. The mallet has found your trunk. What's in here then? He grins, eager for secrets. My life, you say. Unlinen. He opens. Finds exactly that. The disappointment in his sigh is large enough to build a dock on. The inspector moves to the bookshelf 3 shelves of your soul. Fingers pause on a vindication of the rights of woman. He holds it as one might hold a hot coal that says think. Radical, he observes. Elderly, you counter. Published before you stopped wearing short trousers. Owning ideas isn't a crime, Inspector. Uncomfortable reading isn't. Jane, who has been being discreet as a philosophy, steps closer. May I read the warrant again? She asks. Her face has the innocent interest of a cat watching a sermon. The inspector, surprisingly, yields it. She studies. No names except the shopkeepers, she notes. No names in this room. She returns the paper with the smile she uses to ruin a bully without asking the weather. Permission. The inspector moves to the hearth. He prods the ash with the delicacy of someone who does not own a fire. A charred corner lifts, blackened but legible. An address, a date. Clockenwell, of course. Paper that met fire a touch too late. Your stomach drops to the floor and hides under the skirting board. He pinches it with tongs and holds it up like a trophy. This, he says. That is the corner of a bread delivery notice. Emma says smoothly, falsehood tucked into truth like a pin in a placket. We burned the crusts. We're poor, not wasteful. He eyes her, then the ash, then the line where ink could be anything if you wanted it to be. He doesn't want it to be bread. He wants it to be leverage. He slips it into the envelope he brought to carry other people's lives out of rooms like yours. We'll see what it was, he says, which is what men say when they want to keep options open and women nervous. The mallet has moved to hat boxes, the ones you keep even when you cannot keep more than you have, because boxes are hope with lids. He opens one, finds hats. He opens another and finds a hollow that once held Union notes and now holds air. You inhale without making a sound. Kitchen, the inspector says. The mallet stalks, opens drawers, lifts spoons like they might be treason, discovers they are only spoons tired of bills. The inspector returns to you. He is not triumphant, which would be easier to bear. He is patient. If I find you keep company with disorder, he says, I will return. You meet his eyes. If you return with a legal warrant, you will find me law-abiding and unafraid. It's almost true. Fear is present. Fear is not the driver. He considers you tinny tilt of the head as, if adding a new column to a ledger. This one speaks as if she expects to be heard. He pockets the ash fragment, nods to his mallet, and they leave with a kind of politeness that thinks it is mercy. Silence returns the way warmth returns to a teacup after you reboil the kettle, reluctantly, then set. The four of you don't exhale so much as deflate. Sarah coughs first. Radical, she wheezes, nodding at Wollstonecraft. Truly scandalous. A woman thinking with both eyes open. Emma presses her palm to her forehead. My spine has gone out for a walk, she mutters. Tell it to come back. I need it for wages. Jane picks up the warrant, studies it one more time, then folds it and sets it on the mantel like a trophy you didn't ask for. They will return, she says. We must plan as if we enjoy repeat guests. Then we plan, you say, because the alternative is to curl and you are not that shape anymore. Rule 1. Nothing in this room that can be read wrong by someone who wants to. Names separate from places. Places separate from dates. No minutes. Only memories. And if we must write, Jane adds, we write in recipes. Recipes. Emma blinks. Stew of 6 onions, 6 attendants, simmer for 2 hours' time. Add bread from Mill Lane location, Jane says, wicked grin. Let a curious man try to indict a soup. Sarah laughs in a cough. I'll knit a map, she says. Left pearl for Hyde Park, right knit for Clockenwell, dropped stitch for a constable. Hide what matters where they won't touch it, you add, moving to your work table. You lift a hat blocker, solid wooden dome with a secret cutout. You carved with a dull knife and worse patience last autumn when a different danger knocked. You tuck the packet of Union notes and names inside and slide. The lid back with a click as soft as a promised dot. Emma taps the solicitor's letter. And this, she asks. Will you answer while the Crown practices hospitality? You read again, slower. The 10-day deadline looks less like a date and more like a dare. The narrowed disrepute clause is better than the original and worse than your dignity. The design veto qualification is a weed you'll have to yank before it goes to seed. The rest good enough to start arguing from not good enough to sign before tea. Demonstrator samples, you say, counting on your fingers. Riding, cycling, salon, travel. I'll block tonight. Sue tomorrow. Trim Sunday. Fit Monday. And somewhere in there I'll be a model citizen, a discreet agitator, a polite liar, and a woman who eats. Jane leans over your shoulder. If Mrs. Fairchild intends a salon in 10 days, she intends to weaponize envy, she says. You design hat as argument. Make the argument loud enough to drown gossip if the inspector decides to plant a rumor. Loud but proper, Emma reminds. Gossip loves volume. Patrons prefer pitch. A soft knock, another envelope. Beaumont's hand this time, to your private addresser. Breach of her usual boundaries that puts your stomach on notice. You opened, Miss Harrington. It begins, brisk. We must speak at once. A gentleman from the magistrate visited to inquire whether I employ women inclined to agitate. I indicated I employ men. He indicated he understands the difference poorly. Consider this your notice, that discretion is no longer a preference, but a term of employment. Bring my letter with your revisions. I am, as ever, fair when treated fairly. See, be fair. Your jaw ticks. It is one of the words the powerful use when they mean, I will not bruise you if you don't bleed on my carpet. Go, Jane urges. Better to meet a fire while it's a candle. Take your revisions and your spine, Emma says. Both ironed. And your hat, Sarah adds. The one that says you are not an apprentice and not a supplicant. You dress your head carefully felt, that means business. Veil up, brim just shy of provocative. Ribbon like a sentence that ends in a period, not a question. You slide your marked up contracts into a folder along with James's penciled ammunition. You tuck the ash-stained fragment of bread, notice proof of their eagerness. Side. A book you wouldn't let them confiscate without making a scene. At Beaumont. Trade hums with the comforting noise of work that believes it is the center of the world. Mrs. Carter looks up as you enter, sees your hat, sees the set of your mouth, nods once, subtly. Miss Pierce does not look but sees everything. She adjusts a ribbon with the kind of force that means she is adjusting the world. Mrs. Beaumont receives you in her officer room, designed to make numbers feel elegant and women feel temporary. She doesn't offer you a chair. She indicates one. It's a distinction that matters. You were visited, she says, saving you the trouble of polite beginnings. So was I. I dislike men who bring the state into my day. I dislike employees who invite them. I invited no one, you say. The city knocks of its own accord. She taps your revision letter, the one you slid to her yesterday. Your 6 months, your mile, your designs after hours. I've initialed the first 2, provisionally accepted the third with a definition that would satisfy a judge if it came to it. She pushes a paper across. Her neat initials guard each concession like watchmen. But I add one term. She looks directly at you. Public discretion is now contractual. You are at liberty to hold whatever opinions you like in rooms that belong to you. In rooms that belong to me, you hold mine. If I hear your name breathed in the same sentence as riot, I will cut your name from my ledger. The room narrows, then widens. If you hear my name in the same sentence as riot, it will be because a man mispronounced meeting, you say quietly. But I accept your condition framed properly. Let's write it. No advocacy of unlawful assembly or disruption of trade while on Beaumont premises or representing Beaumont business. I will not sign anything that says a woman cannot discuss wages in a kitchen. Something almost like respect flickers. Very well. Bring me language. I will bring my pen. You lay the Fairchild draft on her desk. You ask to see competence. You say, here it is. Accelerated vesting secured. Morals clause narrowed, but still snakes. Design veto contested. They want demonstrator samples in 10 days and an opening in 6 weeks. She reads faster than most men think a woman can. They know what they want, she remarks. They do not know what it costs. Good, that's where you will educate them. And if the Crown becomes a regular customer, you ask, keeping your tone dry and your hands steady, then you will learn a lesson all decent businesses learn, she says. How to serve tea to men who think the law is a hat they can wear over any haircut. You will serve. You will keep your receipts. You will make it more expensive for them to return than to move on. She signs her initials beside your 6 months and your mile with a flourish that feels like a drum roll. One more thing, she adds, almost as an afterthought. There is an opening for commentary in the Ladies' Monthly Reviewer piece on practical hats for active women. I have been asked. I will decline. You will write it. Under my byline. You blink. Under yours. Your words, she says, not unkindly. My name, it will lend them gravitas. You will be paid in the coin you actually want. Readers who come asking for the girl with the ideas, even if the paper told them to thank me. It is both cynicism and generosity, and your skin prickles with the complicated honor of it. I'll write, you say, plain and persuasive. Persuade their husbands, she advises, dry. Husbands think they buy hats, sometimes. It keeps them from throwing fits at the bill. You rise. She doesn't offer a hand, this isn't that kind of romance. But as you reach the door, she says without looking up, the inspector will return. I survived the last decade because I keep my ledgers clean and my work cleaner. Keep yours cleaner still. Back in the workroom, Mrs. Carter catches your sleeve. How badly? Badly enough to need ink, you say. Well enough to use it. Then go, she says. Block your proofs. 10 days is not time, it's percussion. You run home as fast as a woman can run without alarming a policeman into thinking she's up to something besides urgency. The stairs to Greystone Lane wheeze. You bound anyway. Inside, Emma has set the table like a battlefield. Blocks, irons, steam, pins. Jane has torn paper into strips and labeled each with soup that is not soup. Sarah is knitting a scarf that, if unfolded, would tell a careful woman how to find a meeting and a careless man how to keep his neck warm. News, Jane asks. Terms with thorns, you say. An article under a borrowed name. Samples in 10 days. And the Crown plans to redecorate our mornings with boots. Then we sew louder, Emma declares, rolling up sleeves that mean business. Which one first? Riding, you say, hauling straw to the block like a ship on a tide. If a hat can stand a canter, it can stand a salon. You steam, you shape. You burn your finger and laugh because pain means you're alive and pointed. You stitch channels for hat pins at an angle that respects velocity. You anchor a storm. Strap in a seam that hides secrets better than anyone you've ever met. The room becomes a factory, then a sanctuary, then a choir. You work until time forgets its manners. Near midnight, footsteps on the stair measured, familiar. A knock that understands your door. James, you crack it. He holds up a parcel and a... Look, you know, tired, pleased to see you, carrying news like a tray he hopes you won't drop. May I, he asks. You bring law or bread. You ask back, Both, he says, smiling. Bread for your mouths. Law for your margins. I've redrafted the clauses they wriggled. And I've brought you something else. He produces a slim book wrapped in brown paper. You open it. On the employment of women in the arts and manufactures, dry in title, incendiary in implication. He's penciled notes in the margins, wages, hours, case citations that make your jaw feel like a fist, unsealed ENCHING. You want to kiss him the way a thought kisses clarity. You do not. Not because you do not want to. Because your hands are full of needle and city and 10-day countdowns. Thank you, you say, for bringing me arguments and carbohydrates. He grins. I've always believed the two should be served together. He watches you block, your hands competent and quick as grammar. I saw the inspector, he says softly. He'll be back. I'm writing an article that will make him think I'm thinking about hats and not about him. You reply, wicked. Which will be true and false. You work until the kettle growls at you to stop. You don't, not immediately. When you finally stop, your shoulders feel like they've been carrying a house, which they have dots the iron and lay the riding crown aside to cool like bread. A letter slides under the door, no knock. No boy, just paper arriving like fog. You pick it up. The hand is unfamiliar. The ink is cheap. For words, they found the minutes. Your stomach drops, then rises like a decision. You look at the hat block that holds a hollow no copper would think to weigh. Jane reads your face and is instantly beside you. Where? She asks. You turn the paper. On the back. A blotchy street drawn by someone with poor light and less patience. Not your house, not your tea shop. Somewhere else, a seamstress's room on Mill Lane, the girl with the injured hand, who smiled like she thought smiling made her safe. Go, Emma asks. Not tonight, you say, throat tight. We'd lead boots to boots. We move at dawn, through the bakery, 2 at a time. We bring bread, and we bring language. Jane nods, and we burn that tea shop's floorboard on the way. You lay the warning on the mantel beside the warrant and the solicitor's letter. The three look like a family in a portrait state, society, and you none of them quite belonging to the others. All of them unavoidable. You return to the table. Steam curls. Thread gleams. A brim waits. You thread your needle and say the words that keep your friends standing. We have 10 days to build a future and 1 morning to outfox the law. I propose we do both. Before dawn, as you lift the riding crown from the block, a carriage stops outside to fine for your street. Too early for anything but trouble. A familiar voice on the stoop, Mrs. Fairchild's bright with urgency. Miss Harrington, are you awake? There's been a development. Behind her, a second voice, male, official, and pleased. The inspector, 2 callers at once, and only 1 door to open. Asterisk, there are mornings you choose. There are mornings that choose you. This one shows up early in a polished carriage and a pair of boots that consider themselves punctuation. The carriage draws a neat black line in front of your door. The boots dot the eye of authority on your stoop. Miss Harrington, Mrs. Fairchild's voice perfumed urgency filters through the wood. Are you awake? There's been a development. On its heels, the inspector. Open, please. The please has all the warmth of a shovel. Emma's eyes find yours. Jane sets the kettle on the hob, as if tea can negotiate. Sarah pulls her shawl tighter, the way people do when weather and law both threaten drafts. Annie, who fell asleep on the floor with a pincushion for a pillow, bolts upright, hair a map of yesterday's work. 2 callers, Emma says lightly. How lucky we're only 2 hands short of a proper farce. Stall the crown, Jane murmurs. Seat power. It's strategy spoken as hospitality. You draw a breath that tastes like steam and resolve. Emma, door. Greet the inspector, parlour only, no more. Offer tea, as if you don't notice he might drown in it. Jane, bring Mrs. Fairchild up the back stair. Tell her the front steps are treacherous. They are. Sarah, cough exactly as much as necessary to remind everyone we are human and fragile. Annie, hide the cycling brim, its line screams freedom, and that's not what we're screaming today. Emma smooths her skirt into diplomacy, lifts the latch, and gives the inspector a smile that can carry boiling water without spilling. Inspector, do come in. The parlour is tidy, the rest is not. Please don't make me ashamed in my own kitchen. I like to do that without assistance. She escorts him left. Jane peels the bolt on the back stair and slips into the alley like a roomer with good shoes. 2 minutes later, she ushers Mrs. Fairchild through the kitchen velvet, rattling like contained thunder. Diamonds doing their quiet arithmetic in the light. Mrs. Fairchild clocking everything in a single glance. Steaming irons, blocked crowns, one riding hat cooling like bread, one travel brim pending, one salon concoction flirting with a vase of flowers, one cycling cap you've just swaddled in muslin like a scandalized baby. My dear, she says softly, eyes bright with the news you will like and will not. I am sorry to descend upon you at this hour, but oh. She registers the inspector's silhouette through the parlour door crack. We're entertaining. Yes, you say. A gentleman who believes paper gives him manners. Tea. Always, she murmurs, tone shifting into the register wealthy women use to butter knives and policemen. Warm, stainless, deadly dot. Emma reappears to trade trays. Inspector requests to see the sleeping chambers again. She says calmly, which is the domestic way to say he wants to go where he is least welcome. I told him he'd wake Miss Sarah's consumption. His answer suggested the magistrate sleeps fine at night. Keep him seated, you murmur. Feet collect evidence. Bottoms don't. You turn to Mrs. Fairchild. What is the development? She draws you a little aside without losing sight of the inspector. Elenina's salon preview moved forward, she whispers. A duchess changed her travel plans. The world must pivot. 10 days becomes 7. She winces at her own words, sincerity peeking from behind privilege. You look at the riding crown cooling on the block, at the travel brim that has ambitions, but no ribbon, at the salon piece daring you to get away with audacity. And at the cycling cap Annie has mummified, which is wise, because if the inspector sees it, his eyebrows might file charges. 7, you repeat. Your mouth says the number. Your shoulders calculate. Will deliver, on one condition. She blinks, surprised. Condition. Contracts signed today, you say, quiet but iron. James has redrafted. Your solicitor has conceded, but we are dancing in drafts. We cannot court a duchess with promises and pins. We cross names to paper, and then I will sew time into hats. A smile tugs at her mouth approval, not mockery. You are learning to speak the only language this city respects. She glances at the parlour. And the inspector? I am going to make him ally or audience, you say. He may choose which. Emma slides the parlour pocket door wider by a courteous inch. The inspector sits stiffly in a chair that disapproves of him. He eyes the mantle. Where the warrant from? Yesterday sits like a trophy you didn't want, and the bread ash fragment leans against James's book like a guilty. Footnote. You enter with the tray and place the teapot as if it were a treaty. Inspector, you say pleasantly, What an industrious morning. Do you take milk or jurisdiction? He doesn't smile. Milk, no sugar. Of course, you pour, measured. His eyes flick to Mrs. Fairchild cooling in the kitchen doorway, to the fabric that pretends to be curtains and is actually yesterday's leftover travel twill. He clears his throat, an overture. A notice was found in a seamstress's room on Mill Lane, he says, referencing a gathering. The word minutes appears. Do you keep minutes here? You pour your own cup as if this were a conversation about laundry. We keep ours, you say. We stitch them into survival. Recipes, sometimes. Recipes, he repeats flatly. The way men do when they sense they're being mocked but cannot locate the joke. Jane glides in with a plate of bread. You suddenly remember tasting yesterday and not liking because you were busy swallowing fear. She sets it down like evidence for the defense. Would you care for bread, Inspector? It goes well with warrants. He ignores the plate. May I see the sleeping chamber? He asks again. You may see the hat room, you answer, mild, where we keep work and dignity. Sarah is not to be disturbed. He weighs the sentence, the veiled threat of a sick woman's cough in a paper he doesn't want, and lets it drop. Hat room, he concedes. You lead him not to the tiny space where you dream, but to the table where your life grows on wooden domes. The room smells like steam and intent. The riding crown sits there, elegance built from geometry and defiance. It radiates competence. What is this? He asks before he remembers he doesn't care about hats. Practical riding, you say, pinned discreetly, anchored invisibly, braced at the band so a gallop doesn't make it a story. He puts 2 fingers to the brim as if it might bite. Why would a woman need to gallop? He asks, and the question hangs there, full of every assumption it carries. To arrive, you say simply. Something like confusion crosses his face, an expression he doesn't allow often. Behind him, Mrs. Fairchild enters, as if the room belongs to her by right of ease. Inspector, she purrs pleasantly, how diligent of you. London will sleep soundly tonight, knowing you've inspected Millionaire. He straightens. Ma'am, I must steal Miss Harrington for business, she goes on smoothly. We are hosting a small gathering Wednesday piano, poetry hats that do not blow off in a scandalous breeze. Perhaps your wife would like an invitation. He blinks. He almost smiles, then edits it into a grim line. She does not go out much. Then send your sister, she says. Unless you don't have one. We'll find you a cousin. London specializes in those. He looks like a man who has been offered a ladder and cannot decide if it's a trap. We do not. That is. He sets his teacup down too hard, rescues his dignity, and returns to his script. I will return tomorrow, he says to you. 9 o'clock. If I find printed matter of a seditious nature, you'll have bread and tea, Emma says sweetly. If you are going to look under beds, it's best with breakfast. He fails to dignify that. He tips his hat to Mrs. Fairchild in a gesture that says she carries whether he respects. At the door, he pauses, glances back at the riding crown. My mother, he says abruptly, rode astride once. Before she married. She swore me to secrecy. He leaves before the intimacy can embarrass him. The door shuts. The house exhales like it has lungs. Developments, Jane says. Dry, and pours herself a victory cup. 7 days, you answer. And Mrs. Fairchild nods, already pulling a folded document from her reticule. Articles of Association, she says, tapping the parchment. Allerton and Shaw accepted your revisions, except one design veto. They insist upon a supermajority override in narrow circumstances. I told them, your narrow is their narrow, or there is no shop. Then we sign, you say, flipping to the clauses you know by heart. Acceleration on termination without cause. Community, goodwill, ledger, dual disrepute yoked to indictable offences. Political agitation trimmed to actual crimes, not gatherings that look like ideas wearing boots. Your finger pauses over vesting acceleration. This stays. It stays, she confirms. I like partners who do not cling to chairs when it is time to stand. And the board clause with public agitation likely to disturb the peace. You ask, we narrowed the board to 3 people and an odd number prevents mischief, she says. I am 1. Elenina is 2. The third is if you consent Mr. Patterson as outside advisor on matters of law. Your stomach does a peculiar thing that is neither hunger nor illness. James. You repeat, mixing names, because that's what he's asked you to do. He is a solicitor with a spine, she says briskly. And a man who seems to like you without wanting to own you. That's a skilled rarity. He will refuse conflicts. He will also call nonsense, nonsense. I like a board where the minutes are short and the clarity is long. Speaking of minutes, Jane inserts. One eyebrow raised, Mrs. Fairchild's face shifts. Not shocked she eats gossip for breakfast, but alert. Clockenwell. Mill Lane, you say, and recount the note, the ash scrap, the inspector's visit, his promise to return. I do not keep minutes, you say. I keep names, and I keep them like pearls, not for public wear. She considers you with a complexity that includes pride, calculation, danger. I cannot be seen to shelter agitation, she says, truth wearing lacquer. But I will not have the crown-trampling hats to find soup. If I host Wednesday's salon, we are no longer only displaying ribbon. We are displaying patrons. My circle will attend partly for hats and mostly for seeing who attends. The inspector will not spoil a duchess's evening for pamphlets. Invite his sister, anyway. She does not go out much, Jane echoes, amused. We'll invite a cousin who does. We will also move quietly for the seamstress, you add. Before 9 tomorrow. Through the bakery. No paper with names. If we must write, we write in soup. Do what you must, Mrs. Fairchild says. And do not put it in my ledger. The sentence is blunt compassion. I will help you so long as you do not make me lie in writing. You sign where the page asks you to become bolder than your father thought possible. She signs as if she's signing for the weather, unfussed, firm. You shake hands, not a lady's press of fingertips, but an agreement that will respect you if you respect it. Now, she says, business resuming its throne, show me what 7 days can become. You unveil the writing piece. She lifts it like a conductor lifts a baton. Solid, she murmurs, angling it. No flattery wasted on the back of the head, all glory at the cheek. Excellent. You set it upon her, adjust by instinct. She checks the mirror and does a thing with her chin that makes the hat become her, and her become the hat. You show the travel brim. She smiles. Railway smoke-proof, she says. And a ribbon that says urgent without saying scandal. The salon piece earns a hum. A whisper of a reverence, she notes. Elenina will adore it. Half my set will copy and pretend they were first. You keep the cycling cap swaddled, which makes it speak louder. She notices. Not for Wednesday, she agrees. We are not ready to scandalize and sell in the same minute. Saturday morning road trial, you offer Hyde Park at pace. Invite the Ladies' Equestrian Society, but tell them we will pass, not parade. Hats must prove their physics. She actually claps once, like a girl surprised by a good punchline. Do you know how rare it is to find a creative director who understands marketing is merely truth performed? You're not sure if you do, but you like that she thinks you might. The rest of the day becomes a machine. Blocking, basting, brimming, binding. Jane feeds the machine minutes renamed sandwiches. Emma runs interference between the work table and the world, fielding a neighbor who wants to borrow flour and ends up buying a ribbon. An errant boy who brings nothing and leaves with a message he doesn't understand but will deliver precisely. Sarah hems lining with the kind of perfect smallness only pain teaches. In the afternoon lull that pretends to be merciful and is not. James arrives with his sleeves pushed up and a grin that knows when to be background. He takes in the signed papers on the mantel a moment, then a breath he didn't know he was holding. "Congratulations," he says, and his eyes tell you the word means more to him than to most men. Mrs. Fairchild appraises him swiftly, nods once. They exchange a professional look that says we might build something and not hate each other while we do it. Another rarity, bored. You say to him, a little breathless, "If you accept, I do," he says, without leaning into the moment the way a different man might. "And I recuse when required and shout when not." "Shout quietly," Mrs. Fairchild advises. "We are ladies. Some of us," Jane says dryly, and everyone laughs in relief at a room that has avoided becoming a courtroom. Evening folds itself around the windows, London's coal-scented shawl tucking you in for another round. You draft the ladies' monthly review article for Mrs. Beaumont's byline on the virtue of secure hats for modern women, and you tuck inside vowels, the arguments the inspector will never read, that safety is dignity, that design is politics in ribbons clothing, that the right to move your head without losing your hat is a small right that teaches the neck larger ones that Emma reads over your shoulder, snorting. You've smuggled a manifesto into a millinery column. She, you say, delighted. It's wearing a veil. No one will notice until they've paid. At 9, your body informs you it has been borrowed by ambition and wants it back. You send everyone to bed in relays. You sit alone with the cycling cap you cannot show and the warning that says, "Minutes found," and James's book where he has underlined a case in which a woman sued a factory owner for her finger and won her dignity instead. You don't cry. You drink water like it's a promise. The house is almost asleep when footsteps whisper again on the stair, different cadence. Slippered, desperate. A girl, no, a woman, but young enough to still look like a question, appears in the doorway. Breath day late, face city white. "Miss Harrington," she says, shaking. "Mill Lane," they came back. They took, her throat closes on the word. Her hands find meaning instead and break it. They took. Your heart does the splits. Business one way, loyalty the other. Body not built to be two people and insisting anyway. You cross and take her hands. "Breathe," you say, voice steady because someone's must be. "Sit. Eat a heel of bread so your story has something to stand on. Then we move." She nods and obeys because obedience is easier than panic. She swallows, coughs, finds vowels. They took the book, she whispers. Not names, not minutes, an ordinary account book. But the baker keeps favors in margins. names that aren't accounts, streets that aren't breads. They will read it as recipes and find meals. Unless we turn recipes into meals. You glance at the hat block hollow, at the riding crown, at the signed partnership, at the inspector's promise to return at 9 with appetite. We go at dawn, you say. Through the bakery, bring flour, leave money, and turn every margin into soup. She blinks. Trust me, Jane yawns from the doorway, hair in mutiny. We're excellent cooks. You climb the narrow stairs to where your dressers pretend to be more than 3. You pull out the one whose pocket hides more than handkerchiefs. You lay it over the chair like an ally, and then slide the cycling cap under it. No one will look for rebellion in a hem turned twice. The city purrs outside like a cat you can't decide whether to trust. You blow out the lamp and lie down with your eyes open long enough to count 7 days backward and forward and inside out. Somewhere in the counting you fall. Dawn lifts the lid on London. You, Jane, and the Mill Lane girl cut through the bakery's warm breath to the back room where flour, invoices, and secrets share a shelf. On the table, the account book. On the cover, a fresh stamp seized on the spine, a wax seal still soft. And in the doorway, flour dust rising like smoke around a pair of boots you recognize. The inspector. But this time, he isn't alone, and the man at his shoulder is no mallet. It's the magistrate himself. Asterisk bakeries wake the city before anything else does. Even the Thames seems to paddle slower past dawn's ovens, as if the water wants a heel of something warm. You, Jane, and the Mill Lane girl, her name, you've learned between gasps. Is Clara slip into the back door of Grosvenor's Breads with your coats powdered in a respectable lie? Flour floats in the air like patient snow. Heat crowds the room with soft elbows. Trays clap. Dough sighs. The first loaves crack their knuckles. On the scarred prep table waits an ordinary book. Brown and honest, the kind of thing accountants love and poets distrust. Only today it carries a red stamp that doesn't belong seized, and a bead of wax still cooling on a ribbon of authority. 2 figures own the doorway. One, you know by the way his hat brim tries to be a law all by itself, the inspector. The other, you know by reputation, the magistrate, black coat, pale cuff, a face that looks like it expects to be quoted. If the inspector is a hammer, this one is a gavel that thinks itself a philosophy. Good morning, you offer, as if you'd planned a breakfast meeting. We brought tea cloths. It will be dreadfully messy otherwise. The inspector's jaw works like he's chewing on rules that went stale overnight. He hadn't expected you at dawn. Men never expect women to be where the verbs are. Miss Harrington, the magistrate says, tasting your name with careful neutrality. You appear frequently in my morning briefings for one who does not serve in uniform. You appear in mine. You answer, steady. One learns the weather. He steps aside as a baker, shouldering a tray of rolls, skirts him with the indescribable authority of hot carbohydrate. Even magistrates make room for bread. We are here for the account book, the inspector says, recovering the script. It contains irregularities. It contains recipes, Clara blurts, clutching your sleeve. She's pale from fear and the hour, but her vowels have knitted themselves overnight. We write them on market day when carrots are cheap and when carrots are not. The magistrate lifts a hand. You annotated an account with culinary advice, margin notes, Jane says breezily, as if she's lecturing a room of medical students on the etiquette of bandages. A London tradition. Where else should a city keep its secrets? The clergy have sermons. We have soup. The inspector's gaze narrows at the bead of wax on the book's spine. He reaches for it like he means to break and read. You move faster than his fingers and slide the volume toward you, careful as if it were a hat brim full of boiling cream. Inspector, you say lightly, have you ever tried to read a recipe out of order? It's a tragic misadventure. You want bread. You get bricks. He pauses, trained instincts in a wrestling match with etiquette. Behind him, a bell tinkles front door. First customer, some woman who wants rolls to bribe a family into singing instead of scowling at breakfast. The bakery's rhythms are not impressed by warrants. The magistrate watches you the way men watch card tricks when they suspect the deck is moral philosophy. You propose, he says, to translate these margins before we examine them. I propose, you answer. Eyes on the book, we keep a kitchen from burning. You rest your palm on the cover. Your hand has needle scars, flower ghosts, a faint injury line from a wire frame that didn't love you back. You let him see it. If you rip through this, you will read carrot as comet and cumin as commune, and you'll assemble a stew that explodes. If you allow us 10 minutes, we'll turn ink into soup and show you it is only dinner. The inspector snorts. And if it isn't? Then you may eat your warrant with butter, Jane says sweetly. We'll bring knives. The magistrate almost smiles. Not because he likes insolence, but because he recognizes competence in a city that forgives little and forgets less. He gestures, the smallest benediction. 10 minutes, he says. You may annotate your annotations. I will observe. You don't look at Jane because then you will laugh, and laughter would break like glass. Thank you, you say, and turn the book to the light. Clara hovers as if she's about to confess to a crime, and remembers she planned to confess to a recipe. We used codes sometimes, she whispers. Not for secrecy, for shame. When someone couldn't pay full, you nod. The margins are cramped and clever, to onions brown, not burn. Save bones, never tell the dog. Mrs. W. broth today, bread tomorrow, sew buttons when strength returns. St. Agnes Tuesday Q formed bring patience. A few entries could be read as seditious by a man allergic to verbs. Potato meeting 6. Deliver copies. Eldest learning letters. May I? The magistrate asks mildly, indicating a stool near the kneading table. He sits, unbuttoning his coat by exactly 2 buttons, the amount necessary to pretend openness. Proceed. You run 2 fingers down the page and begin, your voice low and precise. The way you speak to a client who thinks she wants violet and you know she will hate herself by Thursday. Potato meeting is the housewives. Q at St. Agnes. The vicar hates the word. Q calls it French, so the women call it a meeting, and the potatoes don't mind. Deliver copies, Mrs. Peabody's. Aunt wears spectacles. We read her the news and copy the classifieds she circles. Eldest learning letters, this one. You tap a line with 3 words shaped like a tiny staircase. The magistrate leans forward, a child practicing down the margin. H and A and T. He was earnest and sticky. The inspector's mouth does a little mutiny around a smile before he arrests it. The magistrate's gaze slides to Clara, and minutes. The word is mine, you say. This is true and not. I keep minutes of hat making. The distance between a pin and a cheekbone is a governance issue. I prefer records to blood and copies. He repeats, not moving. Copies of what? Wedding announcements, Jane says promptly. Some women like to imagine it. A beat, Heat hums. The inspector watches the wax beads set like a tiny red moon. The magistrate taps an even rhythm on his knee, an internal metronome for the city's fiction, order. What about this? He asks, indicating an entry near the back you haven't reached yet. Wednesday hands at the shop, no talk. That, you say. Turning the book so he can read the inked smudge at the edge, is gravy. Look at the splatter. It's always Wednesdays. The butcher does his worst work on Tuesdays, so sausage is freshest on Wednesday. There is no talk because the sausage hears everything. Jane muffles a cough. The inspector studies the smear with the intensity of a man reconsidering his contempt. The magistrate lets the silence grow leaves. Finally, he sits back. Very well. For the moment, I will accept that a city survives on margins. He stands, lets his coat fall back into line, rebuttons by one. But know this, if I find that your recipes feed more than the stomach, I will return with a ladle large enough for ideas, and bowls enough, you reply, meeting his eyes. For people, he inclines, his head a judge's bow, to an argument he did not expect from a woman in flour and wire. To the inspector, leave the book. Collect it afternoon. To you, Miss Harrington, a word. He steps into the alley with you, breath fogging, coal smoke and bread doing their uneasy duet in the cold. He keeps his tone conversational, the way a man speaks when he is deciding whether to admire you or arrange you. You could make this very easy, he says. Appear less in my morning briefings. Stop being in address ideas, find convenient, Your Honor. You say, I make hats. They come with heads, a beat. He almost laughs. If you were a man, he says, I'd fine you for wit. If I were a man, you say, I'd invoice you for it. Another beat. He studies the brickwork over your left shoulder, as if it will confirm his suspicion that you have allies arranged like scaffolding. And he is not wrong. Wednesday, he says mildly, I hear there is a musical evening somewhere in Belgravia. How fortunate, you answer, that magistrates cannot hear music. On the contrary, he says, we hear very well, particularly when the orchestra includes ladies who suddenly find themselves capable of speed. He relents, then, a thin slice. Do not hum too loudly. He leaves. The inspector pauses in the doorway, looks at the book he cannot hold yet, looks at you. He's thinking of his mother and a horse he's pretended to forget. 9, tomorrow, he says, out of obligation more than appetite. Bring your sister, you say without smiling, or your cousin. We will have bread that behaves. He makes a face that wants to be fond and is not allowed. He goes. The bakery exhales. The city inhales. Clara's knees soften. She grabs the edge of the table to stop herself from falling through fear into the floor. You slide the book to her, gentler than gravity. We'll copy what's needed, you say. The rest you keep in your head. My head isn't big enough, she whispers. Then we'll keep it in mine, you say, and in Jane's, and in Mrs. Fairchild's ledger disguised as ribbon invoices. We'll scatter it so much a warrant can't gather it. Back at Greystone Lane, the house wakes as if nothing has threatened it. Emma is already boiling the day into something possible. Sarah sits like courage in a shawl, stitching small, neat truths into a lining. Annie has the cycling cap out of its night swaddle and is reinforcing the inside with a band of braided horsehair you can't afford and can't afford not to use. The room smells like industry and refusal. Report. Emma asks, flipping tea leaves into meaning. Inspector swallowed flour, Jane says. Magistrate pretended not to enjoy the taste. You open the bakery book again, and copy this time into your own ledger, but sideways. Between columns, inside your private code, hat sizes and head shapes and client initials that can be, if required, the names of women who need broth. Every line has two uses. Every ribbon ties to things. At 10, a boy in livery arrives from Belgravia with a sealed envelope and an expression that suggests he's just been promoted from breathing to bearing news. Inside, a list of attendees for Wednesday's salon, a terrifying choir of surnames with rents large enough to shelter smaller surnames inside them. Lady M, Duchess of H, Miss E. Fairchild, Mrs. J. Fairchild. Two gentlemen of science with a shared debate and separate hairlines. And an officer of the Crown incognito unless he forgets. Incognito unless he forgets, Jane reads, amused. He will absolutely forget. You have 7 days to build 15 hats that refuse to fall off even when egos do. Less now, because Dawn was generous and the law was hungry. The day becomes a rope you climb hand over hand. No rung wasted, block, baste, bind, breathe. Mrs. Carter appears for an hour like a stern fairy with thimbles. She corrects your wrist and your assumptions in a sentence. Don't romance the ribbon. Marry it. Romance phrase. James slips in at noon, hat in his hand, sleeves rolled, the law dirtied by affection. He reaches for the book on your table and pauses when he sees the bakery stamp. You shake your head a fraction. Later. He nods, accepts your now. Lunch, he says softly, and sets a paper-wrapped parcel where you will not step on it. You glance down to meet pies and an orange. There is something about citrus in winter that feels like defiance. Board meeting at 4, he adds under his breath. Mrs. Fairchild requested. Elenina will attend. I shall attempt to be useful without congratulating myself for breathing. You're already useful, you say. Then, because you've learnt to say the soft thing when it matters. And also breathing is nice. He flashes his quick grin. The one that lifts a room half an inch and is gone. A gentleman courier of calories and counsel. By 2. The shop begins to resemble a symphony. Annie at the trimmings bench, doing violins fast, bright, nimble. Emma at logistics, at the back cello steady, foundational. Sarah on fine, invisible stitches flute light joining. You conducting crown heights and brim sweeps brass, where statement is earned. Jane moves through with an editor's ear. She cuts where our conviction over-explains, and our line under dash says dot at 3. Clara returns with a bundle of fabrics that smell like other kitchens. You add them to the pile of quiet charity, the stack that looks like offcuts, and is actually a subsidy disguised as fashion. You'll stay, you ask. Only for today. She nods. Yes. She doesn't want to owe you. You don't want her to. This is how real networks work. Balance sheets that tally dignity. 4 o'clock finds you against odds and clocks. In the back parlor with your first board meeting, Mrs. Fairchild sits like a chair became a strategy. Elenina writes with a pencil that thinks it's a rapier. James has his jacket back on and his language crisped to match. Agenda, he says, and the word, spoken by a man who has learned to respect women with lists, becomes less of a joke. 1. Salon logistics. 2. Press. 3. Risk. You handle one quickly, hats tagged, boxes numbered. Footman recruited whose biceps you trust to carry elegance without maiming it. 2. The Ladies' Monthly Review has accepted your op-ed. They will publish Thursday morning. We will not attack anyone, you promise. We will define excellence until anything outside it sounds like incompetence. Good, Elenina murmurs. Virtue weaponized as velvet. 3. Risk. James opens the bakery book on the table, face careful. The magistrate allowed a pawn to become a knight this morning, he says. He will not like it if we check his king on Wednesday. I don't intend to, you say. I intend to play a different game at another table. Hats as gravity, not gambit. And yet, Mrs. Fairchild says softly, looking at you in the way only older women do when they are wishing to warn and to applaud at once. Gravity bends light. People notice. That is the point, you say, because if you are going to be bold, the least you can do is admit it. Silence, then consensus. The kind that happens without votes. Do the work, keep your spine, invite a cousin. Feed the inspector only when the bread is ready. Evening comes harder than morning. Your shoulders say terrible things about your life choices. Your fingers prickle like nettles you paid for. You finish the third of the 7 salon pieces, narrow-brimmed velvet with a tilt that says yes, but, and set it next to the travel brim that will carry a woman too. Brighton on Thursday without embarrassment. Emma finds you with a cup of not quite tea, the leaves, long dead, but the ritual alive. Drink, she orders. You do, and the cup becomes a sermon. I can't feel my ring finger, you admit, flexing your hand. Good, she says. You won't notice when you prick it on Wednesday. You laugh, and the sound returns to you multiplied by the room's wood. Outside, the city scratches its back against the dark dot at 10. As you are basting the last sash onto the riding crown, an envelope slides under the door with the deliberate hush of a cat that rents itself out for secrets. Jane scoops it up, frowns at the seal. Not the magistrate. Not Mrs. Fairchild. Not James. She cracks it carefully, the paper breathes like a nervous violin. Inside, a single card, thick, expensive, with a handwriting that would be a face if faces were taught by French governesses. To the milliner who intends to outrun the wind. Wednesday, I intend to test you. A friend you would be wise to fear. You look up. Everyone is looking at you. The room seems to tilt an inch, as if London herself just shifted her weight. Which friend? Annie asks, practical as ever. The kind who sends a calling card without a name, Jane says, eyes bright. Which means not a friend at all. Or the best kind, Emma counters. Someone honest about being a problem. You turn the card over. On the back, a single sketch. A hat pinned at 3 points and a 4th pin drawn as a question mark. You smile. Not because you are unafraid. Because you are a woman who has built a life out of pins and questions. Asterisk. Very well, you say to the room and the card and the city. We'll add a 4th pin. Wednesday dawns bright and treacherous. Belgravia's drawing room glitters with money pretending to be sunlight. The first piece sits on your client like a rumor that has learned diplomacy. The inspector's sister, it turns out there is one, touches a secure brim and smiles like a woman remembering a horse. You exhale until the double doors open and the friend you would be wise to fear walks in with a hat box and a crown that outsparkles jewelry. She is not a duchess. She is worse. The editor of the City Chronicle, Queenmaker by paragraph. She lifts your salon piece, weighs it like a verdict, and says clear enough to carry prove this can outrun a scandal. Then she turns, points at the French windows thrown open to the garden's gust, and steps into the wind. By late afternoon, the Belgravia drawing room looks like weather learned to speak French. Light pours in through high windows and catches on crystal, leaps to silver, ricochets off polished parquet, and lands square in the middle of your heartbeat. Servants move like commas. Guests move like clauses. Conversation is a paragraph that keeps revising itself mid-sentence. On a far table, Elenina has curated your pieces into a procession riding. Travel soirée, each on a stand like a small, persuasive sermon. You've been in beautiful rooms before, but never as a cause. The women arriving today are not simply clients. They are weather systems. They do not follow fashion. They declare it and require the rest of the city to agree by tea time. Breathe. Jane murmurs, pinning a last-minute rosette. Her hair is a manifesto to date aimed, just enough to be allowed indoors. Rebellious enough to keep the conversation interesting. Breathing, you say, and then remember to do it. Mrs. Fairchild glides past in silk that thinks it's diplomacy, greeting a duchess with a kiss light enough to be plausible. Elenina throws you a look from across the room. You've got this. And then, before you can build yourselves a moat of small successes, the double doors swing wide. She is not a duchess. She is more dangerous because her crown is made of verbs. Mrs. Honoria Arkwright, editor-in-chief of the City Chronicle, strides into the room with a hat box under her arm and the kind of smile that gives fainting. Couches a reason to stay shaped like fainting. Her ink has toppled aldermen and baptized fashions. When she writes ridiculous, dressmakers cry. When she writes inevitable, tailors hum approvingly before they realize she means now. Ladies, she says, and the word manages to be both greeting and test. Her gaze finds your table, your stands, your life. It moves and hurried, precise over the riding crown good, the travel brim better, and lands on the salon piece with the velvet sweep and the whisper of a reverence we'll see. She sets her hat box down, opens it, and takes out nothing. A flourish. She doesn't need props. She has deadlines. Then she lifts your salon piece in both hands, feels its intention, turns to face the room face, you and says, "Prove this can outrun a scandal." You hear it the way a courtroom hears a gavel, not loud, but final. Heads turn. Fans pause mid. You catch a glimpse, beyond the front row of collars and pearls, of a man trying to pretend he is not an officer of the crown. He is wearing his incognito like a waistcoat, buttoned a little tight. The inspector, he sees you, see him, lifts an eyebrow like a truce offered with conditions. At his elbow, a woman with the same eyes touches her brim one of yours, and offers a shy, conspiratorial nod. Sister, you can tell by the gentleness around the mouth. Mrs. Arkwright crosses to the French windows. A butler, trained to open glass doors for power and swans, swings them wide. Outdoors, the garden has rehearsed prettiness, but forgot about wind. A sharp, mischievous gust runs its fingers through the hedges, and then stands at attention to see if you brought your courage, Elenina. Mrs. Fairchild says under her breath. We should let her, you interrupt softly. If we retreat now, we've already fallen. Elenina doesn't nod. She doesn't need to. The tiny shift in her weight says advance. The room is a stage. The garden is a test. The city is a jury. Your stitch is a verdict. You step forward, palms calm. May I fit it on you, Mrs. R? You ask, as if you are addressing a reasonable woman and not a volcano with stationery. Her eyes spark. You may attempt. You don't bring out a tape measure. Measuring now would look like fear. Instead, you read her head the way sailors read sky, crown-high ideas. Uncompromising, hair-ample pins will find purchase. Posture unapologetic tilt must not apologize either. You seat the velvet where authority meets cheekbone, the brim aligned to open her face when she is kind and shaded when she is not. And you're pinning. She asks loudly enough for the shyest cousin in the back row to hear. You smile because you've prepared for this exact sentence. A trinity, you say, holding up 3 long pins that flash like quiet lightning. Temple, crown, nape each in a different plane, each catching a different posture. You show the 4th pin, head, disguised as a seed pearl, and a contingency in case the wind believes in revolutions, more than we do. A breeze punchlines your line by racing through the curtains, laughter. You've turned tension into a laugh, without losing your grip on the knife. Very well, she says. Make me proof. You set the pins, one into the velvet band at her right temple, angled toward the opposite, ear mathematically unglamorous, functionally essential. One at crown, sliding through base netting into the coiled anchor you can feel beneath her hair. The kind of engineering men applaud when it is architecture and scold when it's feminine. One at the nape, hidden beneath a bow that isn't a bow ribbon shaped. Yes, but interlaced with a horsehair braid Annie thought of and you blessed. The contingency pin you hold in your palm like planned dressed. Mrs. Arkwright turns toward the garden. If I am to be convinced, I mean to be convinced in headline font, she announces. Come. You and she step through the French, windows into a wind that has been waiting all week for a woman arrogant enough to meet it at the throat. The audience follows first, the brave, then the curious, lastly, the ones who fear missing a story more than they fear being in one. The lawn is the kind of green only wealth and gardeners can courther. A gravel path loops like a thought that refuses to settle. Topiary sulks in interesting shapes. The wind is all appetite, conditions. She asks you, 2 laps of the garden, you say. 1 at a dignified pace, 1 at whatever pace you believe would ruin your enemies. She grins. And for a second, the editor vanishes and a girl appears, the kind, who ran to fast down school corridors and accepted detentions as a tax. She sets off. The first lap is a waltz. Your pin geometry holds as she glides past the hydrangea's brim, unbothered. Velvet unhysterical, the band aligned with the proud line of her jaw. You walk in parallel, not touching her, watching the minute adjustments, the wind demands, and the hat returns. Gasps in the chorus behind you rise and settle, rise and settle. Asterisk, the second lap is not a dance. It's a statement. Mrs. Arkwright leans forward enough to invite speed, lifts her chin enough to dare it, and runs. Not a lady's flutter, a sprint. The wind, delighted, takes its chance, rushes up, tries the brim, chews on the tilt, lunges for the back edge like a scandal looking for a careless seam. The hat does what you built it to do, it thinks. The temple pin refuses to be flattered into inaction. The crown pin takes strain and transfers it to the hair coil like a debt paid by a different pocket. The nape pin makes a small, unladylike decision and bites. The 4th pin rolls in your palm, wanting its moment. You don't need it. Not yet. Astonishing. Someone breathes, one of the scientists. Perhaps the kind of man who rarely gets to be astonished by hats and is enjoying the novelty. Mrs. Arkwright stops at the fountain, breath high, eyes higher. She lifts her head like a verdict, and the hat stays. Not noble, stays. In a room full of people who pay other people to have opinions. Physics has just made one. She turns to the crowd. Well, a duchess claps first, because dukedoms are heavy and clapping is a relief. The rest follow, laughter and the metallic chime of hairpins knocked against approval. Even the inspector's mouth commits a small treason and lifts. His sister beams at you with a look that says, I will remember this on a Tuesday when nothing else is kind. Asterisk, asterisk. You exhale too soon. A different gust shoulder checks the garden. Mina, born from a corridor of houses and a moral disagreement between chimneys. It comes in low and sideways, the way rumors do. It aims not at Mrs. Arkwright. It aims at your travelling brim on Lady M's head. She is smiling at a gentleman with the posture of an opinion editorial when the wind plucks at her hat like an impatient ant. The brim lifts not off, but toward a trajectory you recognize. Fountainward, you move. Not elegant, effective, 3 strides. Your fingers find air where ribbon ought to be, you miss. The hat skims like a pondstone with ambitions and lands mercifully on the coping instead of the water. A maid lunges. You lunge. The hat wobbles dignity. You grab ribbon, success. The garden applauds again, softer, relief disguised as appreciation. What failed? You ask yourself aloud. This is not a room that punishes women for talking to themselves, so long as the result is useful. The wearer, a voice at your shoulder says, and you know that voice, Mrs. Carter. You hadn't seen her arrive. Of course she arrived. She grins at your look. She tipped her head at the gentlemanlike flirtation owed him tribute. The hat told her no. You will now teach Belgravia how to flirt without losing its mind. You turn to Lady M, who has flushed the colour of an expensive fruit. May I? You ask. She nods, embarrassed. You reset the brim not lower, but truer. 2 adjustments, you say in a tone that lets the room borrow the advice. First, if you wish to lean toward a man, lean from the ankles, not the neck. The neck is for thinking. Second, secure here. You tap the small triangle of hair above the ear, where pins perform like saints. Never anchor in curls. They are liars. Laughter. A few women, emboldened, adjust themselves while their companions perform. Extreme casualness. Mrs. Arkwright returns from the fountain's edge and hands. You back the salon piece as if she is night dubbing it. You've made something that refuses to be humiliated, she says. I approve. She pivots to the inspector, no longer incognito, because incognito has fallen off in the applause. You, she says, write your reports tonight. I shall write mine in the morning. Let's see which the city believes. He reddens, then recovers, which is to say he becomes polite. My sister has never worn a hat that did not make her worry, Mrs. Arkwright, he says. She is not worrying. The sister touches her brim again, as if the act has a prayer in it. It's steady, she whispers to you. You nod, and for a second the two of you exist outside the room's economy. Inside, economy reforms. Orders appear as quickly as opinions. Elenina marshals footmen and makes ledger notes with the speed of capital acquiring conscience. Jane runs triage on taste, steering a viscountess away from Violet toward Plum with a compliment that makes Violet feel like a sin forgiven. James. is here he arrived with the second wave, keeping to the edges because he knows where the edges matter. He catches your eye, and the look says a thing you will put into words later. Proud of you, still worried. Always yours if you let me be. Mrs. Fairchild touches your elbow. Press, she murmurs. And there she is, the reporter for Ladies' Monthly Review. Ben ready, eyes quick. A word, she asks. You give her 300. You speak of physics, not politics. You talk about securing confidence, not securing votes. You see her smile at your synonyms. Then the room does that thing expensive rooms do. It decides to be generous. Lady M recovers in style, asks for 2 travel brims with the no-neck sacrifice adjustment. The Duchess orders a riding crown for my niece, who reads without permission. A scientist's wife buys a salon tilt and says, in a voice that skips like a stone, I'll wear it to his next lecture, and he will not realize what has happened until the applause. It is working. All the hours, all the bread, all the flour-smudged margins have become a chorus you can hear and taste and invoice, which is exactly when your uninvited guest steps out from behind a pillar where she has been watching the way. Cats watch birds and hedge funds, arrival. She is not Beaumont. Beaumont would send a note. This one brings herself and a soft-edged smile and 2 pins that flash like friendly knives. Miss Harrington, she says with familial warmth, weaponized, such a triumph. I am delighted for you. Mrs. Fenella Vance. Modes perhaps you've heard. You have. The name is attached to a shop that opened quietly 3 months ago and has been pulling custom like Tidepool secrets. Vance Modes builds for actresses and politicians' wives and does not care which is which. Mrs. Vance, you say, keeping your tone in the range between cordial and cardiology. How kind of you to join us. I came to see whether the rumors were true, she purrs, eyes on your pins, that someone had taught Belgravia to move, and you ask, and you have, she says, which is terrible news for me. The smile sharpens. Unless, of course, we collaborated. It's not a truce. It's bait. Collaboration could mean many things. Pooled buying power, shared clients, or your designs leaving by her back door in a hat box that says Vance. Before you can answer, Mrs. Arkwright arrives with the weather at her back. Fenella, she says, still packaging imitation as innovation. How very you. Honoria, Mrs. Vance replies silkily, still naming theft as critique. How very you. 2 predators, different habitats, same teeth. The room leans in, ready to sell tickets. You step into the space between them not to make peace, but to direct energy. Ladies, you say, shall we perform something useful? I propose a wager. 3 women, 3 wins, 3 hats, no hands. The one whose piece stays truest wins. Column inches and custom, the room explodes with delight, because the room is human and humans love games more than they love safety. Mrs. R. Eyes flare, she adores a stunt she didn't have to invent. Mrs. Vance tilts her head, calculating risk. It's a trap she almost certainly believes she set. Choose your wins, Jane murmurs at your shoulder. Make the conditions we would choose in a storm. Done, you whisper. You set the terms quickly, before anyone can turn approval into committee. 1. The garden's crosswind between the 2 box hedges, where turbulence is most misleading. To the corridor gust from the kitchen doorway, where heat and cold draft wrestle and ruin careless work. 3. The coach entry, where street weather knifes in and then eddies. For each wind, a woman. The inspector's sister volunteers for the hedge, her chin steady, her smile small and private. Lady M, now eager for redemption, elects the kitchen corridor, and Mrs. Fairchild herself, grinning like a woman 10 years younger, takes the coach entry. If I fall, she says, I fall in my own drive. Mrs. Vance chooses her 3 hats with the confidence of a woman who believes reality will honor her theory. You choose yours with the humility of a woman who reads wind like a rumor. You anchor each in the ways other milliners forget. Under ribbon, not through it. Into hair coil, not surface curl. Geometry first, vanity later. Mrs. Arkwright raises her voice because the room expects her to. On my word, go, hedge first. The inspector's sister steps into the crosswind and closes her eyes like prayer. Mrs. Vance's hat is a confection, stunning in stillness, criminal in weather. The gust selects arrogance for dessert and bites. The confection yawns and slides. Your piece is not beautiful right now. It is stubborn. The wind finds all 3 planes and gives up with a mean little hiss. A cheer. The sister opens her eyes and laughs quiet, joyous. The sound of somebody being returned to herself. Corridor next. Lady M squares her ankles and glances at you. You nod from the ankles, not the neck. She steps into the fight. Between kitchen and hallway. Mrs. Vance's tilt is held on by hope and 2 pins that think beauty makes physics optional. The gust comes greedy from the ovens and scolding from the hall. Hope loses. Pins resign. Your brim, corrected, rides it out like a ship that isn't bored by waves. She emerges victorious and does not flirt with anyone's neck on the way back. Coach entry last. Mrs. Fairchild faces the outside like a woman who loves London despite what it does to stockings. The street inhales and throws soot. Newsboy cries. And a paper corner into the air. Mrs. Vance's crown, a marvel in the mirror, reveals its secret. It was relying on the wearer to be gentle. The wind does not sign those contracts. It heaves, the crown lifts like a bad promise. Your riding piece thinks it's a low wall and refuses to get out of the way. You win, it's not close. It's not even polite. The room does what rooms do when they decide a story. It decides you are the story. Orders surge. Laughter loosens. Even Mrs. Vance, graceful in defeat because she has a spine, if not a conscience, inclines her head. Well done, she says. You stitched the city into these. Only the parts that misbehave, you reply. Those are the only parts worth dressing, she says. And means it, then slips away with a look that promises this isn't over. It never is. You are shaking. You realize only when it's safe to shake. James appears with a glass of water and the exact right amount of public distance. You drink, and the water pretends to be composure, until your blood remembers how Mrs. Arkwright returns. Eyes dangerous with approval. You'll have my column, she says. Front page, above the fold. Not because you accommodated my dare, because you made a better one and won. Thank you, you manage, and it is not enough, and all anyone says in such moments. Don't thank me, she says briskly. Stand ready. There will be consequences. My praise draws as much fire as my wrath. Be sure your pins are as long as your sentences. She moves off, already dictating to a junior who scribbles like rent depends on it. It does. By 7, the room is done with being a trial and returns to being a place where art and butter meet. You are packing box after box, inventory running in your head alongside gratitude. When a footman clears his throat with rehearsed reverence, a message for Miss Harrington. You take the envelope. The seal is not wax. It's a pressed smudge of ink in the shape of the city's crest. You break it with the strange hope that bad news might, for once, be somebody else. Miss Harrington, it reads, in the magistrate's hand, precise, gentlemanly, weary. I have heard of your wind. I prefer not to hear of your minutes. If the seamstress's book proves to be more than stew, the law will make soup of us all. Tomorrow at 9, the inspector returns. Do not make me choose between applauding your physics and prosecuting your friends. J, you look up. In the doorway across the room, 2 figures have appeared who do not belong to this brightness. One is the inspector, hat in hand, expression complicated. The other is a boy you saw at the bakery flower, still in his hair. Breath running ahead of him, eyes too wide for the wallpaper. He doesn't wait for introduction. They took Clara, he blurts, the syllables leaping the carpet as if it were a street. From Mill Lane. Said she kept letters. Said the book had names. They have her now. The room tilts an inch, and all the light piles up on the wrong side. The garden beyond is quiet and smug, as if it were not made of wind at all. You set your box down very carefully, walk across a room full of money and music, and stand in front of the officer who both applauded your physics and warned you about prose. He meets your eyes. Where, you ask, did they take her? He answers with a location that is not a prison and not a home, and far more dangerous than either. The watch house at Bow Street, the place where London turns people into paper. Asterisk, the name Bow Street is 2 words, but 1 warning. Runners in blue. Benches that have heard the city lie to itself. A desk where human lives are translated into tidy charges. Your feet know the direction even if your lungs don't approve. James is already moving, jacket back on like a shield. Jane collects her hat pins as if they are arguments they are. Elenina gives 3 instructions. 2, 3 footmen, and somehow those instructions become carriages without you seeing the verbs. Mrs. Fairchild squeezes your arm, one's a benediction and a donation, and you are out the door into evening that smells like victory. Cooling too fast, the inspector no longer pretending. Incognito walks at your side with a gait that says he wishes the street would point him somewhere kinder. Watch house, he confirms. Clara Pennington, brought on suspicion of keeping seditious correspondence. She keeps recipes, you say, not wasting breath on fury. And lists of who needs soup. Sometimes soup comes with letters, he replies, not unkind. And sometimes letters come with schemes. The magistrate is trying to keep the lid on the pot with one hand and pour with the other. Then he needs more hands, Jane snaps. Shoal talked like she intends to strangle bad policy with it. James drops back half a step with the inspector, murmurs in legal, that compressed language that smells like ink and conditional verbs. You hear recognizance and sureties and produce before and tuck them away in the part of your brain you use to remember head sizes and secrets. Ahead, the city pivots from Belgravia's money sugar to Covent Garden's old brews. Fruit stalls closing. A chorus of clatter. The smell of fish that had a worse day than yours. Bow Street Watch House appears like a box someone forgot to ornament. Brick shoulders, narrow windows that glance but don't see. A low door with a bell that doesn't care about titles. Inside, time changes gravity. Men wait slung across benches. A boy is trying to be older than his wrists. A woman cradles a parcel that mews you are not supposed to have animals inside. The constable pretends not to hear morality in Kitten. Behind the desk is a sergeant with a face like overcooked pastry and a voice that could salt meat. Name? He asks without looking up. Elizabeth Harrington, you say. I'm here for Clara Pennington. He glances and reads you in inventory. Woman. Hatmaker, to calm. Not frightened enough to be harmless. Charge. He asks the air, and the air says correspondence and societies, and copying in minutes as if those words are synonyms for powder. James steps forward with that exact geometry of courtesy and iron that makes papers admit their mistakes. James Patterson of Weatherby and Shaw, he says, laying a card like a chess piece. On behalf of Miss Pennington, we seek to see the prisoner, to understand the allegation, and to enter sureties for her release on recognizance pending any proper charge presented to magistracy at the next sitting. The sergeant stares at the card as if it insulted his handwriting. He opens his mouth to say no and closes it because the inspector, at your elbow, removes his hat and says, gently firm, Sergeant Dobbs. We will do this by the book. The right book, Dobbs grunts. There's a back and forth you don't need, and you get it anyway because bureaucracies like to flex before they use their legs. He jerks his chin toward the cells. 10 minutes. Seen, not freed. You swallow the impulse to make the room beautiful with a lecture. Jane swallows the impulse to make it dangerous with the same. The corridor is a confession of bricks. The cell doors are the kind of tired that repairs won't fix. The third holds Clara, small on a bench big enough to be cruel. Her knuckles are abraded, where they hit terror and found it brick-colored. Miss Harrington, she says. And you hate what your name sounds like in a mouth that's been afraid too long. Clara. You breathe, kneeling so your face is level with her fear. We're here. We will get you out. Her eyes flicked at the constable at the end of the corridor. You pitch your voice so it is audible to anyone with an interest in justice, and not interesting to anyone without one. They say letters. They found the list, she whispers, choosing nouns that cannot betray, of who gets broth and when, and the note about the queue at St. Agnes that says meeting. Because the vicar hates queue, you finish. Yes, you take her hands through the bars. They are cold and flower dry. Listen. We are going to do this 2 ways, at once like hemming and binding. James is cutting the legal cloth. Mrs. Arkwright is loading ink. The inspector, I am not here, the inspector says dryly, because he can't be here for the part you are about to invent. Is not here, you amend. But he may misplace a cough if something useful should walk past it. Clara nods as if you have just instructed her how to hold a newborn. The book, she whispers. They want the book, and we want you, you say. Books can be replaced. People cannot. The corridor coughs you out and back into the front room where patience sits with its legs crossed and decides whether to be a virtue or a weapon. James is negotiating with Sergeant Dobbs, constructing a bridge of phrases that might carry a girl over a chasm in paperwork. Jane paces. She only paces when she sees 2 plans at once and isn't sure which will ask the higher price. Options, she says in a whisper. 1. We surrender the bakery ledger and pray the magistrate reads carrots as carrots. 2. We refuse, and he reads carrots as conspirators. 3. We do not surrender that ledger. We deliver a ledger. a forgery. James hears everything when the air tightens around you and frowns. Dangerous. If discovered not a forgery, you say, and your brain does that click you. Trust the one that turns wire and cloth into something that reads as grace. A parable, 3 heads tilt. You lower your voice. We write the ledger they want to read. We fill it with recipes for soup and minutes of beneath. We copy over names, but not the ones they crave. We build a book that demonstrates the truth of our work and refuses them the thrill of a chase. James rubs his brow like his thoughts need friction. If it satisfies the vague to avoid the real, then Clara comes out, and the magistrate gets to pretend he loves soup. Jane says grimly, "We give him a way to be decent without having to rename himself." You turn to the inspector. He is studying the fundraiser sign tacked crooked above the hearth. Widow's Fund Collection, box. He looks tired, in the way honest men do when their hats carry the rain of other men's choices. If a book were to appear, you say carefully, that made all this seem like dinner instead of dynamite, and if it bore the kitchen's handwriting, he says carefully back, and if it did not insult the intelligence of a magistrate who reads in bed, he meets your eyes. It might walk faster than your lawyer. The real book. He adds, almost too softly for bravado to hear. Next question. You squeeze the idea until it stops trembling. We will not give them names they can feed to the dark. We will give them hours and onions and schedules. We will give them work. James's jaw does that thing you adore and fear, the set that says, I will stand in front of this. We will also post recognizance, he says aloud, returning to the desk and the sergeant and the world where money makes fairness not impossible. To sureties, he adds, laying down figures that make the sergeant's eyebrows want to be sympathetic. Mrs. Fairchild will sign. I will sign. Fine sums for flour, Dobbs mutters, but he writes, and writing here is nearly mercy. You and Jane step back into the night, the watch-house air too tight to think. The city has turned down the volume on everything cheerful. You head for the only printing press open past moral bedtime, Mr. Briggs's shop off Drury Lane, where posters are born and apologies are set in lead letters and underpaid hands keep the world legible. The bell jangles. Ink smell greets you like a relative that owes you money. Ladies, Briggs says, eyes twinkling behind spectacles that dare gravity to misbehave. What's broken now? Nothing broken, you lie cheerfully. We need a ledger in your best imitation of a baker's hand. We need it fast. And it must look as if life has handled it and not minded being sticky. Briggs blinks once a man adjusting to a new channelland, then smiles the slow, wicked smile of artisans invited into mischief by other artisans. Paper, ribbon, smudge. He set 3 hands to work, 2 of them boys who will grow into the kind of men you hope the city deserves. You dictate come, precise, true, in essence if not in letters. Monday, bones saved. Broth begun. Mrs. W. improved. Emma to mind the cue. Do not let Mr. C. skip in line, scold with spoon. Tuesday, carrots dear. Substitute barley. Remind Mrs. P. to sit when dizzy. No credit past Friday. Exceptions, widows, girls. Not a single word that can be massaged into treason by a man who needs a promotion. Jane adds her handwriting in a second ink. A clever, uglified version of Clara's careful script. She makes tiny mistakes that ring true. She scratches through words and corrects them properly, not prettily. She draws a small butter stain with a finger that once wrote pamphlets and now writes salvations. Cover, Briggs says. Old leather, new string. That ribbon, tear it, on the bias. It frays like honesty, while they bind your parable. You write another page on plain paper. To his worship you hate the title and use it anyway. This exercise book records the work of women who cannot afford to be seen and therefore are accused of not existing. It contains no politics. It contains soup. You sign your name because anonymity is convenient, and you are tired of convenience being your only safety. Briggs hands you the ledger. It looks like it has known winter. It looks like it has been loved by hands that could not afford gloves. It looks true enough to walk in the front door, back at Bow Street. James and the sergeant have excavated patience down to the layer where it becomes procedure. The inspector has gone sensibly, but you feel him like a positive pressure to do the right thing applied somewhere behind a wall. Set the ledger on the desk with the kind of tenderness that reminds men you own your strength. This is what you want, you say, and Dobbs, obligingly crude, says, what we want is quiet. Then read aloud, Jane suggests brightly. It's hard to make trouble if your mouth is busy with carrots. He scowls and opens the book. He reads the first line, the second. His lips move the way men's do when they realize handwriting can outwit them without being disrespectful. He flips forward. He finds not a plan, but a duty. He deflates slightly in the stomach, where men keep their suspicions, and the prisoner. James prompts gently, putting recognizance exactly where a weary sergeant can trip on it and call it policy. Dobbs grunts again, which is bureaucrat, for I am surrounded. Papers in order. Magistrate can bless it in the morning, take her. If she bolts, I'll put all your hats in the river. She won't bolt, you say. Already halfway to the corridor, Clara doesn't believe the door is opening until her body tells her it did. She steps out with the restraint of a person whose muscles have learned not to move without permission. You take her elbow. Jane takes her bag. James takes the responsibility Dobbs just threatened him with. Outside, the cold is a kindness compared to stone air. Clara looks up at the sky as if someone named it and she has just been introduced. What next? She asks, very small. Now, you say, we eat. You duet a stall that sells pies that can't spell virtue but approximate it with gravy, while she swallows warmth like medicine. James sketches next steps on the edge of a napkin. Court sitting at 10. Magistrate will want the ledger. The inspector will want to be seen not replacing things he shouldn't have taken. Mrs. Arkwright will want quotes. Mrs. Vance will want scalpels. And you? Jane asks him lightly once Clara is busy loving gravy. What do you want? For my client not to be turned into a parable, he answers, smiling ruefully. Even a good one. You walk Clara home by the longest safe route because sometimes distance is a favor. Emma has outworried you by 2 streets and meets you with a shawl that has decided to be a hug. Sarah pours tea-like punctuation. Annie announces, the editor wrote front page on a calling card, as if that were a reasonable sentence to bring into a kitchen. Front page, you repeat, sitting on the bench where dawn often finds you counting the day into compliance, which means we have until the city wakes to belong to ourselves. You sleep for hours that do not dare dream. Morning slices the fog into pieces and slides them onto plates. London breakfasts on scandal and sausage. You step out into a street already noisy with the City Chronicle shouting itself hoarse. Boys with ink on their fingers and ambition on their tongues hold up papers that carry your wind in a font. big enough to make a vicar squint. Hats that defy humiliation, the headline declares. A salon where physics applauded and weather lost by inertia up. The subhead is a smile sharpened. When men insist wind is metaphorical, women come prepared. You want to laugh and go back indoors. Instead, you tuck a copy under your arm and go to court. The magistrate is exactly where you expected him to be, behind a desk that has seen more guilt than grace. Coat, neat eyes, carrying the fatigue of a city that thinks law is a broom and keeps throwing dirt at it. He glances at you, at James, at Clara. He has the bakery ledger you gave, and beside it, the thing your stomach has been quietly waiting to fur another ledger. The real one. No. Your breath eases and then catches again. Not the real one, but pages. Copies from somewhere not nearly vague enough. You did not bring me this, he says mildly, touching the laid-out folios with a finger that looks like it enjoys being honest. Someone else did. You keep still because movement would give fear a harder target. He reads aloud. Neutral, potato meeting 6. Deliver copies. Eldest learning letters. He lifts his eyes. You argued yesterday that a book could be soup. You may retain that argument. It fits the facts well. Thank you, James says, the right combination of relief and loyally humility. I have a city to keep from tripping over its own paranoia. The magistrate continues. I am not sentimental about this task. I am, however, not blind. He lays his palm on Arkwright's paper. Yes, he has it. Of course they brought it to him. The public is eating your physics with their eggs. His mouth quirks in something that might be sympathy and might be indigestion. Miss Pennington, he says kindly enough to remind you he is someone's son, go home. If you can restrain yourself from inventing conspiracies in your margins, restrain yourself. If you must write, write recipes. If you must copy, copy sermons. If you must keep minutes, keep them short. Clara nods so hard her hair loses an argument with gravity. Relief is a lot like grief. It needs somewhere to run. She looks like she might run straight out of the building and into a different century. Wait. The magistrate adds softly, and your heart, rude thing, trips. He turns to you. Miss Harrington, he taps the counterfeit ledger. This book you brought is excellent work. Honest enough to persuade. Artful enough to survive scrutiny. A beat. If I discover that you have a second book, different in character and intent, I discover that you have used my goodwill to cover mischief. He lets the sentence remain unthreatened and therefore more threatening. I will be disappointed. You do not promise what you cannot. Your worship, you say, with as much sincerity as your spine can afford, I intend to make hats and soup. Only one of those requires your sword. Neither benefits from your disappointment. He studies you the way one examines a ceiling just before deciding whether to raise it. Mrs. Arkwright will make sure you never eat your soup in peace again, he says dryly. I suspect you already knew that. I did, you say. But perhaps the soup will be better. He hides a smile he doesn't want. The clerk bangs a little gavel that thinks it is helping. Clara is technically free. Freedom is a strange garment. It fits differently every hour. Outside, the city is louder because it survived another morning. The inspector's sister appears like a shy punctuation mark and presses a small wrapped parcel into your hand. A loaf from Grosvenor's with the crust slashed prettily. For later, she says, when everything is. Later, thank you, you say, and mean for yesterday as well. Don't thank me, she says. Teach me that ankle lean again. You show her on the pavement. To women leaning into the day from their ankles and not their necks. While a barrister laughs into his sleeve and a boy with papers shouts about hats outrunning weather. It is ridiculous and perfect. James touches your elbow gently. Breakfast off my conscience, he says, and you nod. He has earned eggs to go with his headline. You don't make it to the cafe. An urchin you recognize from the theatre alleys barrels into your knees, breath notes scattered all over his face. Miss Harrington man says to tell you quick now, there's a fire. Your body answers before your brain translates. Where? Mill Lane, he pants. Not the bakery of the rooms above the place where the women sew. The one with the long table and the tiny window that hates air. You picture it exactly. You see in your mind's cruel diagram the stairs that groan when too many feet dream of getting out at once. The window painted shut because the landlord thinks air is unprofitable. The door that sticks when humidity is a sermon. Clara hears and makes a sound no baker's daughter should make. Sarah's hand flies to her mouth, though she isn't with you. You feel it as if she were. Jane has already turned, gathering her skirt to run as if running were a language she invented. Go, James says, already in motion beside you. I'll fetch men who lift. You fetch women who refuse to fall. The inspector's sister doesn't ask permission. I'll get buckets, she says, and is gone. Practicality as religion. You run, heart in your throat. Hatpins turned back into spears, but aimed at something larger than bother. Covent Garden parts for you, not because it loves you, but because you are exactly the right kind of emergency. A woman who knows the way. The alley mouth is already a mouth swallowing smoke. The second floor window, the tiny one that hates air coughs, grey as if the building is trying to unlearn shame. People, neighbours, idlers, heroes on lunch tear into buckets and shout names that hear each other as verbs. A woman you don't know screams Eliza, the way the city screams its saints. You find the landlord with his hands on his head and his conscience elsewhere and tell him to fetch a hammer and stop wasting scalpels. He runs because your voice, when it decides to, opens doors. Fire is a bitch, not a metaphor. It eats ribbon first because ribbon is too eager to please. It goes for paper next, the kind that remembers names. The long table is a fuse. Somewhere in there, women who could stitch in the dark are suffocating in light. You have hat wire. You have pins. You have a ladder of words and a husband not yet, who is dragging men with ropes behind him. You have a city that just watched you defy wind and now wants to see if you can talk to flame. You march into the alley, wrap your hand in your shawl, and hammer at the painted shut window with the heel of your palm until the glass remembers it is mortal. It gives like a promise you intend to keep. Smoke rolls out like a beast insulted. You draw a breath that could be your last and shout into the burn, from your ankles, not your necks. Hands to the sill. We're here. A silhouette moves 2-3, someone stumbles. Bind them. On the long table, licking at a pile of papers that look a lot like ledgers. Flame lifts its bright, hungry face. Asterisk heat is a language that does not negotiate. It speaks in imperatives: move, breathe, now end in seconds rather than sentences. You plant your feet on the cobbles, wrap your shawl twice around your wrist, and smash the heel of your hand against glass that thought its purpose was to keep the world out. It shatters with a snarl. Shards tinkle across the sill and into smoke, the color of frightened wool. The alley inhales like the city itself just remembered its lungs. Hands to the sill. You shout, voice pitched, to slice through chaos without becoming it. From your ankles, not your neck lean and push. The first silhouette appears, bent, coughing, hair haloed by sparks. Annie is suddenly beside you. How did she cross the street that fast? Throwing her skirt over the jagged lip of the window to make a safer exit. Together, you and Annie hook arms under the woman's elbows and pull. She spills out of the heat like bread from a scorched tin, collapses into the alley, finds air, and discovers sobbing is a verb that means I am alive, another shape. This one's small and stubborn, a girl with a needle stuck in her cuff like a last thought. You pass her down the quick human chain forming of its own logic. Jane, sleeves rolled, jaw set. The inspector's sister with a bucket and no patience for anyone who thinks their shoes are an excuse. James arriving with 2 dockmen and a length of rope that has seen uglier days. Windows free. Someone yells from the rear. Stairs are gone mind the loft. A third woman, then a fourth, her bodice blackened, eyes furious. You love her for that fury. Fury is a way to keep breathing when breath misplaces itself. Heat claws at your cheeks. Smoke fills your mouth with pennies and forgetting. Somewhere inside, something crashes the way families do when rent is due and hope is late. 2 more. Coughs a voice from within male, desperate, familiar in its impulse to help. It's the landlord, to his credit, doing penance with his lungs. Take the rope, James tells the dockman. Loop the beam, brace here. He points with the clean authority of someone who has never given an order for his own comfort, only for other people's survival. They obey because competence is its own siren. The rope arches through the broken window like a dark punctuation mark. You wedge your shoulder under the sill, make your spine a lever. A woman stumbles into your grip, heavy with the weight of a life that has rarely been invited to be light. Annie takes her bulk like a sister, and the chain absorbs her, and the alley learns a new chorus of coughs and prayers. Last one. The landlord hacks, voice ragged. She won't leave keeps shouting about papers, not the ledgers, you think, fiercely practical even now. Not the names. Fire loves names because ashes don't contradict. Leave them. You bellow into the smoke. Leave them, love. They are not worth you. A figure staggers into view, clutching a bundle to her chest. For a terrible heartbeat you think it's a baby. Then the bundle crumbles at the corner, and you see paper edges bite flame minutes, and lists and proof. You don't have time to be noble. You have time to be right. Throw it, you command. The woman shakes her head and sways. Throw it. Jane screams, voice cracking into a register, usually reserved for God and magistrates. The woman flinches, fumbles, and tosses. Annie bats the burning bundle away with her skirt fabric sizzles. The fire hisses. Insulted him, James stomps the pages under his heel. He smells like choices afterward. You hook your forearm under the woman's and yank. She is all soot and refusal. Together with the rope, the dockman's pull, and your own refusal to let the story end here, she comes. The alley erupts in that raw cheer humans make when life sneaks past arithmetic behind her. Flame takes the last of the long table. It sounds pleased with itself. Let it preen. The living are outside. Buckets pass, hands burn. The inspector's sister swears like a midwife. For 20 minutes that are days, the alley practices the old religion of water. Then, at last, the fire stops asking for more. It sulks, it smokes. It threatens in the way of dangers that know they live in a city with memory. You sit on the cobbles because your legs forget hierarchy. Smoke has painted your throat with chalk. The rescued women ring you like survivors on a shore. One is crying for a pair of shears. One is praying for a cat. One is laughing the way men find unnerving when they've never had to choose between breath and paper. Name? Asks the inspector's sister, kneeling to wipe a face with her own handkerchief, because decency doesn't require permission. Bess, croaks the one who carried the bundle. Needle Street, room 6. Take Bess to St. Clement's, James tells a dockman. Tell them Patterson sent you, have them charged to Weatherby, and... Sure, the man nods because James says please with his eyes even when he doesn't have breath. For it, you turn to find Clara planted in the alley's mouth, expression torn open with visions of what nearly happened to her somewhere else. She is wrapped in Sarah's shawl when did Sarah arrive, and holding a tin mug like it is the last argument in a debate you intend to win. Come sit, you tell Clara. Drink. You do not say you're free. Freedom will be a room later. Right now, she needs heat that doesn't bite. The landlord approaches, shoulders at war with shame. Windows been painted shut since the last tenant. He says it like confession and excuse. I fix it, you say, flat. All of them, today. Or the newspaper learns your name and the part of the city that reads also starts to care. You are not proud of the threat. You are proud it works. He nods, chastened. I will, he mutters, and for once the future sounds a little like repair. By noon the alley is rinsed back to itself. The women are distributed to beds and cots and couches, and the bundle of scorched papers sits on your work table like a lesson. The top page, half charred, half in creeds, agenda, soup rota, mending queue. Petition the corner with the last word is crisped away. Perhaps that is mercy. I'll copy what can be saved, Sarah says quietly, touching the pages with a nurse's hands. Her lungs still rasp in damp weather, but her steadiness is a climate you trust. Names to initials, addresses to roads without numbers. Enough to do the work, not enough to do harm. Good, Jane says, then sips tea and stares at the ceiling like she's writing a pamphlet on it. We'll publish a piece by Friday. Not about conspiracy, about ventilation. About windows and wages and the algebra of out. An area will take that, you decide. And Mrs. Vance gets the medical angle. Smoke is not a moral failing. Annie is already sketching a poster. Let air in bold block letters. A hat with an open work crown below. Fashion that scolds profit right back. James leans on the door jamb. Tie loosened, soot making him human and halo making him handsome. He watches the bustle with that particular tenderness he has when he sees women converting catastrophe into logistics. After a moment, he sets a small paper on the table and official notice, magistrate's seal like a waxy sun. Clara's recognizance ratified, he reports. Clerk made a quip about soup. I told him to come try yours before he upgraded his sarcasm. Clara laughs, a small bell ringing somewhere that thought it was broken. Soup's at 6, she says. He can line up like everyone else. You should sleep. You should drink water that isn't smoke. You should sit in a quiet room and thank arteries for their hustle. Instead, you slice the day into manageable strips, like ribbon, like problems. There is a shop to open again tomorrow, an article to approve tonight, a window to pay for, a dozen orders to finish. Because the city still needs hats even when it's busy almost setting itself on fire. And there is a decision you have delayed exactly as long as a woman is allowed to delay anything in a world that believes her hesitation is a communal resource. You look at James. He looks back with that open face you trusted even before you tested it. This morning, you say softly, "You asked what I wanted." "I did," he says. Softer still, you pick up the scorched bundle, set it aside, and lay your hand where it was, on the empty wood, the space the papers just vacated. The future that keeps clearing a small square for you to write on. "I want," you say, measuring each word against your breath, "what we said at dinner. Work that stays mine. A household that hires help without apology. A name that doesn't evaporate when ink meets license. Sundays that include lectures. Mornings that are our own if newsprint doesn't state otherwise." He steps close, not touching the promise until you make it touchable. And you. Your mouth finds a small smile that belongs only to both of you. On those terms, he closes his eyes like prayer just learned it has wrists. When he opens them, you see relief and joy and the terror of anyone who understands that saying yes is not an ending but an agreement to keep saying it when the world offers reasons not to. Then we will draft the most scandalously equitable contract this city has ever not read, he says, teasing as much to keep his voice from shaking as to make you laugh. And we will scandalize it daily by keeping it. He kisses your knuckles. The soot on his skin leaves a crescent on yours. You leave it there on purpose. Some dirt is documentation. Not today, you add, practical over romantic. Today we fix windows. Tomorrow I meet the silk merchant who thinks ladies' sizes stop at rich. Next week we tell my mother. After that, we choose a date that doesn't compete with the Ladies' Equestrian Society Gala or the municipal debate on public baths. We can't steal their thunder. We need their towels. Agreed, he says. And somehow he makes it sound like a vow that includes towel schedules and eternity. Evening folds London back into its lamps. The salon, what's left of it. What will be again fills your threshold with faces. Baked golden by smoke and triumph. Mrs. Arkwright arrives with 5 copies of the City Chronicle. Ink still damp. Eyes alight with the kind of joy journalists get when truth refuses to dress as tragedy. She holds up page 1. There you are again, not as spectacle, but a symbol. Women rescue women. City told to build doors that open. Beneath, an illustration, not of you in your hat, but of hands at a window. Sleeves rolled, strength not ornamented, but performed. You plan to frame it. You plan to send one to your mother with a note. It turns out spinster means spins the world and then stitches it. Mrs. Vance follows with a basket of salves that smell like purpose. Emma sends a telegram from Liverpool full of proud Miss. Sarah reads aloud a letter from the Sussex school where she trained. They want her curriculum for the new cohort of governesses. She blushes like a new moon. Elenina sweeps in late, on purpose, bearing contracts for a sportswear collaboration and 2 secrets, one of which is a ring she swears is a gift to herself, and the other of which is a plan to sponsor a skating club, simply because the thought of women moving fast makes men look silly. She takes in your hand on James's sleeve and says only, finally, as if she voted for this at a committee meeting a lifetime ago. Clara brings bread. She has written in the crust with the back of a spoon, "Thank you," and beneath that, in smaller letters, Eat me before I get political. You cut it and send slices into hands that built your day. A boy hovers at the door, cap in both hands, eyes wide with a particular awe. London reserves for places where women don't ask permission before improving the world. Miss, he says. Me, Mum says, to her. Thank you for the hat you fixed that time, and the soup yesterday, and the paper what says windows ought to open. Tell your mum she's right, you say. And tell her the soup rotters posted at the bakery at 8. He nods. He looks like he will grow up to be a man who thinks bravery and bread are cousins. Night deepens into the hour when even thieves take a nap. The crowd thins to friendship. You stand by the window, the one in your shop that opens because you paid a carpenter who believes in air, and look out at a city that has learned a little to look back. What if, you say, almost to the glass, a person woke up as a Victorian spinster? What if she opened her eyes and realized the world had assigned her a role that came with pity and a price? And what if she refused both receipts? Jane hears you, she hears everything, especially the things that our story-shaped hand leans on the counter, chin in hand. Then, she says, she could either spend her life writing sonnets to a cage, or she could use the bars to build a ladder. And if she chose the ladder, James asks, coming to your side, fingers brushing your sleeve because proximity is a language you both have finally learned to speak. Then she'd climb. Jane shrugs, almost smiling, and once she found her balance on the first rung, she'd call down the instructions. From your ankles, Annie chimes, grinning, wiping the last of the soot from the window latch. Not your neck. You look at them, all the women who became your mirrors and your walls and your scaffolds. The man who met you on the stairs instead of asking you to descend. The city that tried, failed, tried again. You look at your hands, scarred by pins, smudged by smoke. Steady as a promise. Tomorrow, you announce, turning from the window to the room where your life keeps insisting on happening. We add a line to the sign. Annie tilts her head. Which one? We've already got Harrington and Fairchild Millinery. We've flirted with hats that work. We vetoed Don't Be an Idiot. Buy a chin strap. Below all that, you say, chalk already in your palm because you have learned to carry your implements into your sentences. We write, what if you woke up as a Victorian spinster? And then, smaller, good, breakfast at 8. Work at 9. Revolution by appointment. Laughter loops the room. Relief braids itself to courage. You bend, write the words across the slate sign by the door letters, clean and confident. The way you now say your name when nobody asks. The way you now hand hats to women who didn't know a brim could double as a sentence. Sarah lights the last candle. The flame steadies, unmarred by drafts because the window is open on purpose. Beyond the glass, London mutters its lullabies, hoofbeats, gossip, an argument between a night watchman and a cat. Somewhere, a magistrate rereads an editorial and feels his spine tilt a degree toward better. Somewhere else, a landlord pries up paint from a sash and learns the sound of apology. James picks up the broom. You take the ledger, the parables and soups one and tuck it onto a shelf, between a book of pattern plates and a volume of Christina Rossetti. You could burn it, pretend you never needed it. But artifacts make better teachers than ash. You label its spine. When they came for our names, we gave them numbers for soup. When the floor is swept and the last cup's rinsed. When goodbye has been said enough times that it decides to be temporary, you pull your door to. The latch engages with the modest certainty of a thing well made. You stand for a moment under the sign you chalked, hands in your coat, breath forming small ghosts that don't scare you. James offers his arm. You take it. The gesture is not ownership. It is alignment. You walk the short block to Greystone Lane through air crisp as new paper. Somewhere between your door and your steps, you become the woman who will sign a marriage contract that refuses to erase her. The woman who will double the shop's floor space in a year and triple its ventilation in a week. The woman who will one day teach a class called Physics of Hats and Other Resistances to a room of girls who thought they were unremarkable until their heads learned math. At the stoop, you pause, glance back up the street, and catch a reflection in the shop window. Hat at a sensible angle, soot smudged like a medal, eyes that have seen and kept seeing. This is your face, not a consolation prize, not an apology, not a placeholder for a better story that never arrives. Yours. You lift your chin not defiantly, just correctly. Sleep, you tell the city. We'll need you in the morning. In your room, you loosen your corset with the sigh women have secreted inside history. You set your hat on the stand with the gentleness of respect rather than preciousness. You open your book of poems and find the page Mr. Patterson James marked months ago with a ticket stub. The line you keep underlined, again and again, waits for you like a doorstep, and all the air a solemn stillness holds. It doesn't tonight, but the stillness inside your chest does. The day tried to take it. You took it back. You blow out the candle. Darkness folds soft as velvet. What if you wake up as a Victorian spinster? In the morning, like every morning, you will. You'll pull on boots that remember alleys and ladders. You'll pin a hat to hair that learned not to fall apart when the wind is interpretive. You'll kiss a man who insisted on learning the choreography of your independence. You'll unlock a door you built into the world and write a new line on the chalkboard. Because stories need chapters like fires need exits. You will stitch. You will sell. You will scold. You will save. You will make the city a fraction kinder, purely because you refused to ask whether you had the right to try. And somewhere, miles and centuries away, a woman in a warm bed with a bright screen will press play. And as your morning begins, hers will too. She'll be told the oldest, freshest secret. When the world names you leftover, you can be the recipe. Breakfast at 8. Work at 9. Revolution by appointment. Sleep now. Tomorrow's hat will fit. Asterisk.